Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. No, it's Super Cat. Hey, hey, Wolfpack, we're back with another surprise tier list. Making sure everything's in order. Yeah, looks like it is. Alright. Hey, Gray Hopper. Hi, Kira. Sup, hey, John Smith. Wow, got a lot of people showing up early. Yep, got another surprise tier list, and we're taking a break from Power Rangers to talk about Superman, the Man of Steel, the Man of Tomorrow, the first superhero ever. Clark Kent, aka Kal-El, aka the Man of Steel himself, Superman. Why? Well, because there's a new Superman movie on the horizon, so I decided, hey, why not go back and check out the Man of Steel's greatest hits and greatest misses. We did this for Batman, so of course I thought it'd be perfect to do it for the Man of Steel. Yep, it's a bird, it's a plane, it's a Superman tier list. Super Wolf. So Superman. Yeah, and some other characters. Krypto's here and Supergirl also made it. A lot to say here. Yep, we did a tier list for Batman, so why not do the other greatest superhero ever, who isn't Spider-Man, the Man of Steel, Superman, Clark Kent, Kal-El, whatever you want to call him. Superman is an icon. Who doesn't love Superman? If Batman is the greatest anti-hero, Superman is the greatest beacon of hope. Superman is a classic old school golden age superhero. He has been revamped, rebooted multiple times, including the upcoming James Gunn movie, which is going to reintroduce him again for a new generation. I really like Superman. Superman is hope. Superman is noble. Superman is a true superhero, a caring, compassionate person who brings truth, justice, and the American way. Yes, I don't care what James Gunn says, the human way, it's the American way. Superman represents all that is good and just in the world, and has been one of the greatest superheroes ever, lasting just as long as Batman. I know the Dark Knight is more complex and dark and has a much better villain roster than Superman, but Superman is definitely a high S tier or triple S tier superhero. The last son of Krypton, the Metropolis Marble, the Big Blue Boy Scout. No Krypto the Superdog TV show. Sorry, Akira, we are counting the movies, not the TV shows. Yeah, sorry to all my Dean Cain fans out there. It's primarily the movies. I have all of Superman's movies here, at least the ones that focus on him. There are some exclusions, like, sorry, the Justice League didn't make it on. Yeah, we don't have too many Justice League flicks. We do have, like, one or two here, but Superman is central to all these movies. Superman is a vital protagonist, a main character, not a part of an ensemble cast, so yeah, we did kind of purge a few Justice League entries on here, but if Superman is the headliner, the main character in the spotlight, his movie is definitely up on here. We do have some like Injustice and the Legion of Superheroes, that's more a Supergirl movie, and the Super Sons. If Clark Kent is important to this movie, then we are counting it. These are all mainly Superman solo titles, but a few extras on here and a few that focus on the other Super family members. Maybe Spider-Man when Brand New Day comes out next year? Yeah, maybe. We're doing this in celebration of the James Gunn movie, so sorry if you were hoping we'd talk about it, but kind of wanted to do kind of a celebration for it, and plus we do have a lot of content here anyway. We're doing this to celebrate the upcoming James Gunn movie on the horizon. It's like coming out in a few weeks, and I thought, you know, we did this for Batman, why not do it for Superman, especially because he has a lot less films to talk about. Why on earth is the Flash movie here? Yeah, we'll talk about that, but Supergirl is technically in it. We are counting some of the Super Family projects, like Krypto's movie and Supergirl's few movies are on here. No Crisis on Infinite Earth, surprisingly, but hey, less said about that, the better. Will you have a stream for the 4th of July or a special video? Oh, V Scorpio, don't you know, I do have a video celebrating 4th of July already up on Patreon. I love the Superman suit. I do too, except for Henry Cavill's suit. That one was weird. I remember watching a bit of the Dean Cain show as a kid, but I can hardly remember anything specific from it. We are counting the movies primarily. It is all Superman and some Super Family adjacent movies. They are movies, so don't worry, you don't have to know anything about the shows. We're not going to talk about Superman the animated series outside of his spin-off movies here, obviously. Supergirl legit did nothing in the Flash movie. She didn't, but we are going to address that. So, no Lego Superman from the Lego Batman movie. No, that is technically a Batman entry. Superman is in there, but he's in the ensemble cast. We are kind of excluding the ensemble cast. Movies like Justice League Dark, Apocalypse War isn't on here. All the Justice League titles, we might have to count them on their own tier list. No, Superman has to be front and center in all these projects, and we have a few less to talk about so it doesn't run on like Batman did for a fraction of the day. I love how it looks like the same, unlike Spider-Man who changes a little. Superman doesn't change too majorly. Yeah, unless you watch those crappy New 52 movies, some of which are on here. My goat, Lego Superman not here, no. Sorry, that is kind of a Lego Batman movie, so we are excluding it. Give me my Lego Superman movie, Lego, you cowards. So it's a shame Supergirl's cat Streaky, since he's a super cat. I thought Streaky would be in the Super Pets movie, but wasn't. But yeah, really love Superman. Has a lot of great movies, and we have some like The Quest for Peace on here. But you're gonna have a fun time talking about them, praising the good ones, and bashing the bad ones. So if this is your first ever tier list, I do have to go over the basics. I will be ranking every Superman-focused movie up on this tier list from top best to bottom worst, and we do have a never seen section. So down here we have never seen. It speaks for itself. I just never watched these movies, and we do have a few that will be on here. Basically, don't have any opinion, don't have anything to say on them. If you do, feel free to post in the comments or chat, but I just never watched them. But up top, we have S tier. How appropriate for Superman. These are the perfect 10 out of 10s, the gold standard, the epitome of great Superman stories. These ones are all-time classic. But then under we have A. These ones, good, not perfect. These ones are fun, they're fine, they did a tremendous job representing Superman. They are a good story in their own right, but I might have a nitpick or two here and there. Then we have B. These ones, fine, decent, they're average, they're definitely decent stories. They have their moments, I can see other people loving them, but me, I do have a few criticisms with these ones. I would say Silver Skull territory. Then we have C. This is mid, right smack in the middle, mediocre, plain okay. Didn't do anything all that great, but it's not offensively bad to be any lower. They are just the definition of painfully average. Then we have D. These ones, duds. They're lame ducks. They're whatever. I can see other people loving these ones, but I have a lot more negative to say about them. They did not do a good job and could have used some vast improvements. Then we do actually have an E section. These ones, plain bad. They're lousy. There's a spark of hope there. They could have amounted to something perfect, but ended up duds. I can see the vision, but it just didn't get well executed. Then at rock bottom, we have F tier, and if you know Superman, we'll be seeing the predictable cases down here. The 0 out of 10s, the rock bottom, the disgrace to the House of Kal-El, the awful, awful Superman movies, and I'm sure you can predict what'll be down here. Lego Superman, Superman in the games. The S stands for stance. No fancy names, don't sweat it, it's all good, just saying. Yeah, sorry, no fancy names, because we do have a much smaller selection of films this time, but I suppose we should finally get this tier list underway. I love Superman, but let's face it, he has had his ups and downs. Exactly like Batman, there are some all-time classics and some all-time lows. So let's get this underway with the first Superman movie ever, Superman and the Mole Man, which I never saw. Yeah, sorry, never saw this one. This is technically the first Superman movie. It is an old black and white, kind of serial type of Superman story. Superman fights a bunch of little people who are mole men. And I've never seen it. Sorry, I don't have any interest in checking this one out. I know it's supposed to be the first Superman film ever in theaters, but honestly, I've not been in a big rush to watch the old black and white Superman. I have grown up with a lot of the good modern DC stuff. But when it's up, up and away. Well, I see other media tried to make Superman clone and Evil Miraculous have a female Superman. Yeah, but she looked more like Captain Marvel in that special. No Brightburn, no Omni-Man, no Homelander. It's all superhero Superman. No Scooby-Doo and Krypto too. Yeah, that is weird. They didn't count that one. Oh well, Scooby-Doo and Krypto, I thought was fine, but Superman's technically not in it. It's mostly Kal-El. And he was in the first Krypto movie. Okay, so, yeah, I never saw this one. But let's start with the one you actually all want to see first. The Christopher Reeve OG Superman movie. And, yeah, as you can guess, going up into S tier. This is the first ever theatrical Superman movie, the Christopher Reeve one, the one that made Superman a household name. For those of you who don't know, this is a 70s movie, and it's basically, like Michael Keaton's Batman, an origin story. It is an intro to Superman, an intro to his mythos, his lore, and the character. You understand who he is, how he operates, and detail his rise into the ultimate superhero. The villain, of course, is Lex Luthor, the greatest criminal mastermind of our time. Lex Luthor hatches this evil real estate scheme to destroy the American coast to make his own continent, where he will rule his own kingdom. And of course, it's up to the Man of Steel to stop him. Christopher Reeve's Superman movie is legendary. Yep. Christopher Reeve did for Superman what Michael Keaton did for Batman. He made this character iconic. Christopher Reeve is still the greatest live-action Superman we ever had. He's kind-hearted, wholesome, a real man's man, a beacon of hope, a light bringer, if you will. Sorry, Linkara. But yeah, this Superman, he's the cape. He's the noble hero. He is a guy who does good for the sake of doing good. With great power comes great responsibility. He does all these great godlike things with his powers, and Superman is this humble, compassionate, down-to-earth guy. And Christopher Reeve is totally two different personalities as the Man of Steel and as mild-mannered reporter Clark Kent. Clark Kent's kind of this nerdy dorkosaurus. He can't socialize, he's not cool, he can't get laid, and Christopher Reeves really is talented as an actor because his Clark Kent and Superman personas night and day, vastly different, aside from, the glasses trick, but it is kind of hilarious seeing how different Christopher Reeves is. R.I.P. Gene Hackman. That's right, Gene Hackman passed away. Somebody wanted us to do a ranking on all the Lex Luthors. I was initially going to, but I couldn't find a list that had all of them. I found the animated ones and live action ones. I'll have to make one day, but I wanted to talk about the Superman movies in general because there's a lot more to talk about. So the first movie, it is a family-friendly movie. Some dark stuff does happen. Krypton, of course, blows up, but it's not as devastating as it is in other stuff like Man of Steel or the animated series. We see they lose their planet. Marlon Brando is iconic as Jor-El. My son, you have been given an incredible gift. Superman's is from the planet Krypton. His planet is destroyed. It blows up. They send him in a rocket ship, which crash lands on Earth, and we get his origin. Ma and Pa Kent adopt him, raise him as their own. Superman is an all-American boy, and we follow him from childhood all the way to his adulthood as Christopher Reeve, and it is a very wholesome, very inspirational origin story, how basically Superman is kind of like this immigrant who came to the world and he adapted to the culture, learned values, learned traditional virtues, and grew up into the positive role model we all know and love today. Gene Hackman is Lex Luthor, and I will say, looking back at this movie, it is kind of hilarious how different Lex Luthor is. I grew up with Clancy Brown's Lex Luthor from the Justice League cartoon. No, I did not grow up with Superman the Animated Series. I apologize, my Diniverse fans. I grew up with Clancy Brown's Lex Luthor from Justice League and Justice League Unlimited, and it is kind of hilarious how different Luthor used to be portrayed back then. Luthor is not the evil rich businessman. He is a mad scientist on the lam. He's a crazy ass scientist trying to adapt his insane schemes and destroy Superman, and Gene Hackman still has his hair at this point. He doesn't reveal he's bald until later in the end of the movie. Luthor is a lot funnier in this movie. He does have dark moments. He murders this detective trying to trail him, and we meet his wacky sidekicks, Miss Tessmacher and Otis. Otisburg will become a reality. It's a very light-hearted movie. There are some dark moments, of course. Superman loses his home planet, finds out he's not who he is, has an identity crisis. Some characters do die in this movie. It's not as high a body count as you'd think, though. Oh my Zod, I can guess what's next. Clark is adorable in the movie. Yeah, he is. That's right, Margot Kidder is Lois Lane. My Haunting Hour fans will remember Mrs. Worthington. R.I.P. Gene Hackman. I like the director's cut of Superman 2. I'm sorry, I don't think that made it on here. We just got Superman 2 in general. Sorry, it's loading up, yeah. Sorry, we will count the Donner cut, and Superman 2 is kind of the same one, because honestly, I feel the same on both. She played Barbara Coulier in Halloween 2, and Mrs. Worthington in The Haunting Hour, and Bridget Cosby in Smallville. Of course she did. Yeah, Margot Kidder is Lois Lane. Fearless, intrepid reporter, always trying to get the scoop and story. Lois Lane, traditional love interest for comics. She's a reporter, and she can't piece together that Superman and Clark Kent are the same person. Margot Kidder is very charming. She's basically your go-getter girl. She's sassy. She's confident. She's an American girl trying to basically become a self-made woman, trying to take advantage of her life, trying to be the world's best reporter, and hilariously competing with Clark Kent, but also falling in love with Superman. Superman loves Lois Lane and sees there's a lot more to her than meets the eye, just like there is to him. I will say I also liked, I think it goes without saying that Pa Kent's death is better in this movie compared to a certain tornado death scene we'll talk about later. Pa Kent's death is a lot more tragic because it's foreshadowing that despite Superman's great powers, he can't save everyone. Pa Kent dies of like a heart attack, and it shows Superman that despite his great powers, he can't save everyone. He can't he can't save the people he loves to him, and foreshadowing kind of Lois Lane's death, how Superman's going to try. Some things are just out of his control, and Superman has to kind of pick and choose his battles, because at the end of the day, he is just one guy. Jackie Cooper played Perry White. Yeah, he was pretty funny too. Man of Steel made Krypton a focal point when that shit's been tossed. Why are we focusing on it in Man of Steel? Just showed up. Who's the first one? We talked about The Mole Men, which I haven't seen. We're on Christopher Reeve's Superman, which everyone, of course, wants to talk about. This one is an S-tier classic, and for good reason. It's wholesome, it's great, it's a solid intro to Superman's mythos. If you know nothing about Superman, highly recommend watching this one over Zack Snyder's intro. He was Dr. Alex Southmore in Hawaii Five-0. Lois Lane is a good love interest, unlike MJ. Oh, yeah, by far. Would Lucy Hart-Filia's actress, Cherami Leigh, be a perfect Lois Lane? Yeah, she definitely could be. So since we're talking about Superman movies, are we going to include Brightburn too? Also, hey Kat, glad I made it. Yeah, sorry, Brightburn's not on here. I know it's a parody of the Dark Superman, but come on, that does not count. Bill mentioned that Superman is his real identity, while Clark Kent is more of an alter ego. Oh, from Kill Bill. Like Bruce Wayne is his secret identity, while Batman is his alter ego. I was kind of considered Batman his real personality, though. Though that time travel climax with the moon is still bizarre. Yeah, that's right. So, Lex Luthor shoots 2 missiles, one at Metropolis and one at California. Superman only has time to save one. He saves the coast of California and prevents Luthor from getting his kryptonite continent. Yeah, the movie is very weird, but it's a comic book movie. And unfortunately, he failed to save Lois Lane, leading to one of the most infamous moments of the movie. Superman reverses the Earth to time travel back in time to save Lois Lane. And yeah, it's supposed to be Superman mastering his powers and fighting for those he loves, and Lois Lane is saved from an earthquake, I believe somehow kills her. She's like trapped in her car, and apparently she died in there, but Superman reverses that, somehow not causing disruption in the space-time continuum, or, creating a time duplicate of himself. But yeah, he reversed time, reversed the Earth, and that did not cause any problems for our world. But Lois Lane is saved at the end. Lex Luthor is taken to prison, and we find out he was bald. Yeah, it was very weird, but Gene Hackman really owns this role. Yeah, he's arrested, Miss Tessmacher, turned good and saved Superman from his kryptonite death, and Superman saves the world and prevents Luthor's evil scheme, announcing that he'll be their protector. Until next movie where he decides to give it all up. Homer Superman can do it. Superman's just built different. Hey, Wolf, do you think Donner did Superman 2 better or Lester? Wolf isn't here right now. This is Kat, but I kind of feel the same on the two cuts. Speaking of which, I suppose we should get to Superman 2. Yeah, sorry, I tried looking on this tier list. They did not include the Donner cut, but I will count just both as the same movie because they're both pretty good. Superman 2, the Donner or Lester cut, both of them going on to S tier. Yeah, I really like both versions of this movie, and both are kind of the same, but the Donner cut had a lot of more dramatic scenes added in. Superman 2, whichever cut you prefer, it is an awesome movie. So, Superman finally tires of his job as a superhero and considers quitting to become a regular man. However, the ultimate villain arrives in the form of General Zod. I will find him. No, not that guy. This is Terrence Stamp's General Zod, who is so much cooler and more threatening. Superman 2 I like because it actually has really badass villains. We meet General Zod, Ursa, and Non, who are basically a part of his rebels. If you don't know, General Zod was an evil, psychotic Kryptonian fascist who tried to take over the planet Krypton. He was exiled in the Phantom Zone in this really cool effect. They were placed in a Phantom Zone pocket dimension, and this weird 2D disc goes flying across space, and years later this disc finally shatters upon impacting debris, releasing Zod and his evil minions, who use their newfound superhuman powers to go on a rampage and try to conquer the world. Of course. Excuse me, Earth. Phyllis Thaxter played Martha Kent, was also in Ellen Lawson in 30 Seconds Over Tokyo, and Virginia Lane Walker in the Twilight Zone episode Young Man's Fancy. Ah, yeah, I remember that. Man of Steel has flaws, we will definitely discuss that later, I'm sure, but Amy Adams is for sure one of the hottest Lois Lanes. I love Dana Delaney's Lois Lane. Yeah, I know she's a cartoon, but that voice, man, she is really hot. Dana Delaney was so good in The Mask of the Phantasm that Bruce Timm and Paul Dini wanted her as a regular in one of their shows. And she became the hottest Lois Lane from Superman the Animated Series. Sorry, I meant Cat. Okay, honest mistake, James Loveland. Okay, so yes, there are two cuts of this movie, and I do kind of consider both S tier because they're both pretty good. So yeah, I'm gonna cut out the middleman, just say, yeah, the Richard Donner cut and Lester's cut are both pretty good movies in their own. The Donner cut gets a lot more fan love because it included a lot of scenes which made the dramatic moments impact harder, which I can see why people love. Superman 2, really cool movie. My only nitpick is it is kind of long. This one is much longer than the first Superman movie, and some scenes do drag on, and you do know that Superman's of course gonna get his powers back. So Clark wants to become a normal character. This part of the movie always kind of pissed me off. Lois Lane realizes that Clark Kent might be Superman, and she throws herself into a river to try and force Clark to reveal his powers and save her, and Clark doesn't do it. It's like, really, Clark? You're gonna let Lois almost die to hide your identity? And it makes even less sense because he reveals himself later. Yeah, he shows he does have superpowers after he did the harder task of rescuing her from the river, but whatever. Yeah, Clark reveals his identity to Lois and decides he wants to live a normal life. Superman gives up his powers, and he undergoes this arc, realizing that that was a fatal mistake. General Zod lands on Earth, they go on a rampage. General Zod and his forces, really cool villains. Non, never talks, and he's very intimidating, and Ursa, pretty hot, sexy, evil hench girl minion, kind of like Tenaya 7 or Astronema. And Terrence Stamp, absolutely over the top, but pure fun over the top. Really cool kick-ass villains. There's a reason these guys stood out as the most iconic villains from the original Christopher Reeves era. Like the inspiration from Miraculous Ladybug. Christopher slapped the paradox away. R.I.P. to Gene Hackman, great actor in this as well as The Quick and the Dead. Yeah, Gene Hackman's a legend. Superman 2, really good movie. Kneel before Zod, classic quote. Like Mark McClure played Jimmy Olsen and also played Dave McFly in Back to the Future. Or Back from the Future. And Daxter in Smallville. Of course he appeared in Smallville. Imagine having a second movie, Man of Steel. Regular man. Superman did it before Tobey Maguire. Yeah, he did. Spider-Man 2 took a lot of inspiration from this movie, but I do think Clark has a lot of dramatic weight. Clark actually gets into a fight with this douchebag at a bar, and Clark actually loses the fight and bleeds for the first time, and he realizes that he's a regular mortal man, and Clark has some struggles adapting to it because he was so used to his superpowers, and realizes what a huge mistake this was once General Zod makes his move. He takes over, beats up the president. The president is actually played by the dad from the Grither Tales from the Dark Side episode. Yeah, that was pretty funny. I didn't know it was him, but yeah. The president is forced to hand over the country to General Zod. Zod and his crew are actually dangerous. They full-blown kill people. They murdered those astronauts on the moon. That actually happened. Yeah, Superman 2 is another fantastic classic. Fully agree. Come, kneel before Zod. It's a bird. Oh no, it's just Clark. Terrence Stamp was in the Haunted Mansion, right? Yeah, Terrence Stamp was the main ghost villain in that. I will find him. Yeah, that terrible line. Tom Girl Lois or normal Lois Lane. That is pretty hard. They're both pretty badass. Yeah, that's right. The guy that plays the butler bad guy from the Haunted Mansion, the Eddie Murphy version, is General Zod in this film. Yeah, Terrence Stamp is a classic actor. He's been good in a lot of things. He would appear on Eddie Murphy's The Haunted Mansion, but we're probably not going to review that because it sucked. Also, tells the difference between both cuts. Okay, so the Donner cut had a lot more scenes. They also include the scene where Zod and his crew were actually alive. They were just depowered and taken to the police station. Whereas in the Lester cut, it seemed like Clark full-blown murdered Zod. Yeah, that was kind of questionable. There's a lot more romantic scenes in this, a lot more moments of Clark realizing his mortality, realizing that he should have been Superman, if that makes sense. He realizes that he should have been Superman because the world needs people like him. He was worthy of the powers all along. Marlon Brando had a scene that was infamously cut from the theatrical cut. It is in the Richard Donner cut, and basically the father and son finally have a heart-to-heart, and he's talking to an AI version of Brando, telling him that he's super important, and yeah, it is pretty heartwarming. The Donner cut basically had scenes that made the story have more dramatic weight and flowed a lot better. Sarah Douglas, who played Ursa, also played Dr. Lucas in Halloween H33. Alana Ulanov in Iron Man 1994, and Una in Gargoyles. General Zod, best beard, and mustache. Yeah, Terrence Stamp looked really intimidating. Terrence Stamp was in the Haunted Mansion and Miss Peregrine's Home for Peculiar Children. That's right, he was the stupid grandpa who died and passed the mission on to his son. Yeah, he was in Miss Peregrine's Home for Peculiar Children, James. He had a 5-minute cameo. That was really it. Hey, Light Jones. Superman 2, build different still. Also Miss Cadbury in The Real Adventures of Johnny Quest, Donna Walker, Queen and Batman Beyond, and yeah, I know she was Mala in Superman the Animated Series because Jax-Ur and Mala were supposed to be General Zod and Ursa, but apparently Bruce Timm and Paul Dini didn't have the rights to the characters, so they were forced to be reinvented. Like, Jax-Ur and Mala are obvious stand-ins for Zod and Ursa, but apparently Superman 2 was made by a studio who owned rights to the likeness of the characters and whatnot, and yeah, DC and copyright has always been a mess, even for the people who work for them. Superman 2 is better, it's still peak. I will find him! Nah, I just kneel before my beard and my mustache. Well, Non's actor Jack O'Halloran played Joe Perko in King Kong. Plays JW Superman theme. John Williams Superman theme, yeah, that is awesome. Bald. So the AI father, that's where they got the idea for Man of Steel, huh? Lester Cut has his mother instead of Marlon Brando. Okay, that did happen. Sorry, there's like 50 Superman movies, so yeah. They had his mom in the Lester Cut. They had Marlon Brando actually there, and Brando actually had more of an impact because he was there at the start of the first movie, so it made more sense. So, if you don't know, General Zod takes over. Superman manages to get his powers back. He lures General Zod into a trap. They take Lois Lane hostage, big surprise. Luthor takes them to the Fortress of Solitude, which has very god-awful security if he was able to break in, but yeah. Luthor, General Zod, and the gang take Lois Lane hostage. They enter the Fortress of Solitude, and Superman uses the machine which took his powers, but he reverse engineered it to delete General Zod's powers and give himself his Kryptonian powers back. Superman emerges, now powerful and stronger than ever, and basically beats the hell out of Zod and his gang, and it leads to the controversial moment that the Lester Cut left out. Superman totally murders General Zod. He chucks him off an abyss, and Ursa and Non fall to their deaths, and we reveal in the Richard Donner cut they are alive. They're just taken to police custody. They just got badly beaten up and somehow survived that fall. But yeah, Superman best General Zod, and he emerges victorious, and Luthor hilariously surrenders because Gene Hackman is a funny Luthor. And Superman basically reclaims his position as the protector of the Earth, realizes that the world does need people like him, and one of the most satisfying scenes, he goes back to the bar and beats up the idiot bully who attacked him earlier. Which, kind of questionable for Superman, especially because he's like regular Clark Kent, but hey, I find it funny that the idiot bully got his comeuppance anyway, but why would you risk exposing your powers like that? But yeah, Superman is back in the saddle. It's basically Superman gets his groove back, the movie, and the Donner cut or the Lester cut, I do like both movies. They are still pretty good, and they are definitely classics for the Superman fans. Eve Tessmacher's actress, Valerie Perrine, also played Mona in The Boiling Point. Bald! Bald! My eyes! Yeah, I think I heard about the Donner leaving because some kind of rights issue, so Brando scenes had to be cut. Yeah, Marlon Brando, kind of a diva behind the scenes, but he took away his scenes and they were put back in the Donner cut. I think it was after his death, so yeah, they didn't have to pay him royalties. Also, Luthor's scenes were dubbed and replaced in the Lester cuts to some things behind the scenes with Hackman. Yeah, a lot of behind the scenes drama would happen in these Superman movies, and even in the good movies it was kind of there. Gene Hackman fought with people behind the scenes. Marlon Brando fought with people behind the scenes. Margot Kidder had her meltdown or after this point at least. And Christopher Reeve started asserting creative control over the Superman movies, which would unfortunately lead into a lot of bad stuff in the next two films. Superman peak. At least Clark didn't ruin his trunk, unlike Man of Steel. Well, don't forget Man of Steel, where he's 86 is the dude's truck. Yeah, that scene was kind of borderline villainous. This one was at least kind of funny and cutesy. And with two great Superman movies, things will only go up from here. Sigh. Yeah, I wished. I hate the truck scene. Yeah, you and me both. Anyways, Superman 2, it is a classic, just as good as the first movie. Definitely held up by the villains being a lot more threatening. I do think 1 is a bit more wholesome, minus that weird ending scene. But yeah, Superman 2, it is a classic too, so it's gone up on S tier. Unfortunately, things are about to go downhill with Superman 3. Superman meets Richard Pryor. And then Superman swooshed in with his cape and he landed on the platform going pow, zap, whoosh. Yeah, Superman 3. Going on to E tier, yeah, there is a reason why it's not in total F, because there are some moments I like in this movie or can see the vision of, but Superman 3, not a good movie. This is where we enter full-blown wacky comedy Superman. And things went downhill in the live-action department from here on out. You can't really blame Reeves because didn't he want to embody Superman even in real life? Yeah, he kind of did. Christopher Reeves, he was a good guy, but definitely not a creative director, we'll put it that way. Christopher Reeves asserted a lot more creative control over Superman 3 and unfortunately 4, but we'll start with 3. This one has Superman meet Richard Pryor. Who's Richard Pryor? He was once one of the greatest stand-up comedians of a generation, and he brought absolutely none of his talent here. Richard Pryor is so annoying. He plays like this goofy hobo trying to look for a job. Like, don't call me a bum. I'm not a bum. And he does a lot of his stand-up routine and absolutely none of it is funny. They tried inserting a comic relief character in the Superman movies and it did not work. Richard Pryor brought nothing to the table. He is easily one of the most hated characters of this entire saga, and watching these movies, I can see why. You all saw Nostalgia Critic's dumbest Superman moments. He made it very up high, and for good reason. He is not funny, and arguably completely pointless to the movie. His B-plot does not mesh well with what's actually happening to the Man of Steel. E tier for switch Mermaid Man voice to evil. Instead, gonna ruin his way of making money. Quest for peace. We'll get to that one, James, but yeah, you know where it's going. Clark seems like a punk, really, Clark. You're not gonna beat him up while looking into his eyes. Good lord, what a downgrade. While it has its moments, it's very bad moments too. Fully agree. So there are some things I like in this movie, so it gets a few points to make it to E, but this is not at all a good movie. I will say it right now. It is still pretty bad. I can see what they were going for, and the reason why it wins points is the premise. So, this is the actual Superman plot. Superman is corrupted by red kryptonite. Not really red in the actual film because they're stupid, but yeah. Red kryptonite, which turns Superman evil. Evil. Yeah, Superman becomes evil, and unfortunately they take the same direction as Sam Raimi's Spider-Man 3. They make Clark a mild dick. Yeah, Superman's just a troll. He's kind of an idiot bully in this. Superman becomes a dark Superman, and by dark, I mean he does very mild, cartoonishly idiot bully things. Like, Superman blows out the Olympic torch. Superman straightens out the Leaning Tower of Pisa. Superman refuses to save people because he's too busy trying to get laid. Really? Really? This is all the evil Superman does? It's like, yeah, Christopher Reeves does not exactly go Homelander or Omni-Man in this movie. You kind of hope for something like Justice Lord Superman, but no, Clark is mildly a dick. He doesn't take being a superhero seriously. He abuses his powers and uses his great super gifts to basically troll people. Like, Superman's an idiot bully. He's corrupted by this evil scientist who's trying to kill Superman and establish his supercomputer as like this AI guardian to protect the Earth. It is a very trippy movie, but yeah, Superman is kind of evil and he struggles with his morality. And this is the one scene that I and a lot of defenders of this film love. That scene in the junkyard where Superman confronts his conscience in the form of Clark Kent. And we get Clark Kent versus Superman. He has like this hallucination of Christopher Reeves as Clark Kent, who's telling him, Superman, what are you doing? You're supposed to be the good guy, and basically telling him off, trying to win him back and free himself with his heroic willpower, revealing that he's been exposed to the red kryptonite and is a jerk. And yeah, it's almost a good scene. It's this like literal symbolic fight between his good half and his evil half, and Superman realizing that he has changed, he is evil, and that Clark is actually right, this isn't him. They had Jimmy, why not make him the comic relief? Because that would have made sense, Greyhopper. Ah, yes, the third film, the one where Clark beats up himself, and I'm not just talking about Michael B. Jordan beats up himself in Sinners. And yes, Sinners is better than Superman 3. Bro, a trip to the dentist is better than Superman 3. Bully Reeves, basically. Yeah, it's like, okay, so sometimes Superman being a dick is funny, I'll give him credit, but there's occasional Batman and Robin sense of humor where it's just too goofy, lighthearted, and cartoony that you do not take it seriously even when it's supposed to be a serious moment. Very much Superman's Batman and Robin. Some compare it to Batman Forever, but I actually like Batman Forever, and that at least knew what it was. Superman 3 is trying to pretend it's still like the first two. They're trying to have serious and dramatic moments, but indulge in a lot of goofy campiness on par with the Adam West era of Batman, and it does not work. It's like way too Three Stooges-esque rather than a Superman comedy. The only thing cool and horrifying is that the woman becomes a robot, like something out of Hellraiser PG-wise. Oh yeah, that scene, I was also gonna get to that one. Okay, so Superman gets beat up by hallucination Clark Kent and regains himself. Kind of anticlimactic, honestly, but yeah, he strangles out Superman and the good Clark wins control. He breaks free of the kryptonite's influence and turns good. I forgot to mention, Lois Lane is also not in this movie. Instead, it's Lana Lang, who I do actually like. I always kind of liked Lana Lang as a character. One, she's hot, but two, she also has a deeper connection to Superman. Lana Lang was friends with Clark since they went to Smallville together. Lana and Clark went to high school together. It's very obvious she had a crush on him, and Lana is kind of the new love interest in this movie. I will say, I know people love Margot Kidder, but Lana and Clark have always had a nice chemistry, so there's a very cute, wholesome romance in this movie too. Until Richard Pryor and Lana Lang's dumbass ex-boyfriend come into the picture, but yeah, I always like Lana Lang as a love interest, and she and Clark definitely have a nice, cutesy romance here. Lana Lang is, of course, the stand-in for Lois because Margot Kidder had, like, her breakdown or something. I think it was her breakdown, but I know she wasn't coming back for the third movie. However, the main villain in this is actually this insane scientist building this supercomputer AI. They recruited Richard Pryor's character to help them build it, and they find out the computer is supposed to replace Superman. Superman tries to foil their scheme, and we get that cringy video game fight scene. Yeah, there's like this 8-bit Superman video game from the supercomputer, and they're like literally firing missiles at him like asteroid style. It is very trippy. The battleship scene for Batman Forever way funnier. But yeah, the computer starts losing. They trap Superman in a fucking bubbles. Superman's trapped in a bubble, and the supercomputer in this horrifying R-rated scene merges with this scientist lady and mutates her into like a girl Brainiac. Yeah, technically Brainiac is in this movie. The supercomputer and the science girl horrifyingly fuse into this horror monster, and they're standing for Brainiac. She has like colorless eyes and her skin is gray and she has cybernetics all over her, and the supercomputer and science lady become one, and it's Brainiac. It's like girl Brainiac. She tries to murder Superman by upgrading themselves, and Superman fights and of course destroys the supercomputer and saves Richard Pryor because of course he was an innocent victim in all this. It is a really out of nowhere dark turn. Bully Reeves versus Bully McGuire. That would be hilarious. Bully Reeves will solo all the evil Superman ripoffs. Yeah, I could. Who's the main villain of Superman 3? Technically, it's this scientist couple, but the girl becomes, like, girl Brainiac. It happens, like, in the climax of the movie, so I guess technically speaking, there is a Brainiac-esque villain at the end of this. The main villains are basically these scientists who want to kill Superman and replace him with their super AI computer to defend the Earth. The AI is actually evil and merges with Science Lady to become Brainiac, and Superman fights them and destroys the supercomputer. Supergirl movie is C. We'll get to her, but we gotta get to the last one. So, Yin and Yang. Yeah, so for the most part, Superman is kind of his own arch nemesis for at least 70% of the movie, until we find out these scientists Richard Pryor have been working for are the actual true twist villains, and girl Brainiac emerges. Bully McGuire is funny. He is, but Bully Christopher Reeves has the power to back him up. Annie Ross, who played Vera Webster, also played Granny Ruth in Basket Case 2 and 3, and Lydia in Blue Sky. Lana Lang. Yeah, Lana Lang is awesome. There was a deleted scene of Frank Oz as a cameo as a surgeon. Oh, that should have stayed in. Lana Lang, played by Annette O'Toole. The LLs, Lois Lane and Lana Lang. Lana Lang and Lex Luthor. Yeah, a lot of L's. If the writing a premise was a little better, it would have been better if the actual Brainiac was the main villain. Yeah, it would have been. Brainiac was always on the table for these movies. He was supposed to be in Superman 3. They got a bootleg version of Brainiac. Then Brainiac was supposed to be in the Nicolas Cage movie, Superman Lives, and as we all know, those plans never came to fruition, and Kevin Smith bragged about it on a podcast. Was also Beverly Marsh in It 1990, Miss Edmonds in Bridge to Terabithia, and Martha Kent in Smallville. Ah, another classic Superman actor on Smallville. And premise, okay. Okay, so this is what hurt. Superman 3 had an interesting premise, and the villain was actually pretty horrifying, girl Brainiac. It needed a lot more spit and polish, and it actually could have amounted to something more. Unfortunately, the execution was badly botched, there was way too much lighthearted comedy, and Richard Pryor being in this movie at all was a huge mistake. It almost killed his career, too. And he got like a Razzie Award for Worst Actor. That did not surprise me at all. Christopher Reeves started asserting a lot more creative control, and it's very clear that he did not know the comics very well. He tried, but it didn't succeed, and there are very interesting ideas here, but all of them were fumbled. That's the short answer. They were not properly executed, they were not well done, and the movie focuses on all the wrong things when it should have been focusing on these stronger moments that could have been great. And Atlana in the Aquaman TV pilot in 2006. That's right, he almost had a TV show. Ninjago. So is female Brainiac look like Mystique's design? Sadly, no. She looks like a Hellraiser Cenobite, honestly. A lot of L's, the king of L's. Off topic, they're also making Spaceballs 2 in 2027, marking its 40th anniversary. Yeah, I'm kind of worried about that because they waited so long. I am your uncle's son. I am your uncle's son's roommate. Well, but what does that make us? Absolutely nothing. Okay, so Superman 3, bad movie. Some good ideas here, which is why it's on E, but overall, total failure. It's going down low. And speaking of which, it's time for me to be Superman 4, The Quest for Peace. Yeah, let's get the last one out of the way. The ultimate nostalgia critic and Linkara crossover review still holds up. It sucks. Superman 4, The Quest for Peace, the last Christopher Reeve movie, unless you want to count those god-awful CGI deepfakes, but yeah, this one sucks. All these years later, it still sucks. Superman 4, The Quest for Peace, Superman goes green and becomes a peaceful environmentalist who will rid the world of nuclear weapons, whether the nations agree to it or not. So that's why they call it that. Yeah, you got it, Shadowlink. Okay, so Nostalgia Critic and Linkara did a hilarious crossover review on this, and it still holds up, because this movie is very bad. I know Linkara also reviewed the comic, and he also did a crossover with Obscurus Lupa. I think she was going by Alison Pregler by then, but yeah, you get the point. This movie stinks. It really stinks. It is preachy, it's in your face, it is the definition of so bad it's good. Superman's powers completely fail to make sense in this one. I love the rebuilding the Great Wall of China scene. Superman apparently has the vision to repair buildings and structures. Boy, that would have been a useful power in a lot of DC media. And as you all know, the villain is Nuclear Man, an evil clone of Superman and Lex Luthor who feeds on pollution and the yellow sunlight, apparently, because he's a solar-powered nuclear man. Yeah, this movie, it is complete nonsense. It is the Batman and Robin of Superman movies. Very stupid comedy, very stupid concepts. Nuclear Man is not at all a menacing villain. Nuclear Man is kind of the stand-in for Bizarro. For those of you who don't know, Bizarro was a botched Superman clone, at least depending on the continuity you follow. He was an evil Superman clone, but he was also deformed and defective. That is kind of what Nuclear Man is, and that outfit just really screams 80s. Lex, you have my voice. Nuclear Man, no, you have my voice. Rebuilding the Great Wall Vision is the greatest superpower ever. That scene always makes me laugh, and as you all know, they recycle the Superman flying shots. Like, count how many scenes there are of Superman flying straight towards the camera. They recycle this effect like 20 times in the same movie. You mean Mel Brooks, the guy behind Spaceballs. Yeah, Mel Brooks. I really love Brooks. I hope he manages to film a lot for this movie. Yeah, happy 99th birthday to the guy who plays Yogurt in Spaceballs today. He's reprising his role in the sequel. That does kind of worry me. Mel Brooks is like in his 90s playing Yogurt again, and I love Mel Brooks, but I'm not sure he's gonna bring that same energy he had in the 40-year-old movie. So that's why they call it that. Nuclear Man sucks, Doomsday better. Nuclear Man sucks, Doomsday better. Yeah, Doomsday way better, way better. Ross Webster played Robert Vaughn, also played Professor Alan Duncan in Starship Invasions and The Devil in Witch Academy 1995. Yeah, I love Mel Brooks, but I'm not sure if bringing him back for Spaceballs will be the win they think it is. Yeah, rebuilding the Great Wall of China, that is a hilarious power. That scene always makes me laugh, how Superman uses heat vision to repair the Great Wall of China and rebuild buildings. That power must be very useful. If only he had that in Man of Steel, right? Bad version of Captain Planet did this better. Yeah, Captain Pollution. So Nuclear Man, like he has claws. Yeah, his claws like scratch Superman and they drain him of energy somehow. Not at all sure how that works, but it's just hilariously bad. Yeah, Lex Luthor, and that's right, Jon Cryer is in this as Lenny Luthor. Huh, we're totally gonna destroy Superman, bruh. Yeah, he's like this weird Beavis and Butthead Luthor's nephew. Yeah, Lenny Luthor. Whose favorite character was Lenny Luthor? Jon Cryer did such a good job playing Lenny Luthor that they brought him back on the CW Supergirl show. Yeah, Jon Cryer actually got his start in this movie. He and Gene Hackman do have a funny chemistry together, but boy, do you forget you're watching a Superman movie every time they're on screen. So, Luthor creates Nuclear Man to finally destroy the Man of Steel, and he stole like a hair of Superman at this superhero museum with a pair of garden shears. Yeah, make of that what you will. He managed to break in and cut the Man of Steel's hair, which strong enough to hold a wrecking ball, but used those garden shears and nope, totally clipped off. He clones Superman with his DNA that forms Nuclear Man. Nuclear Man goes on a rampage, and Superman is trying to get rid of all the nuclear weapons and pollution. Christopher Reeve, bless his heart, I know he cares. He wanted to spread an environmental message and protect our Mother Earth, that kind of stuff, but it does not mesh well with this plot. It feels so out of place in a Superman story, and yeah, Superman gets rid of everyone's nuclear weapons, I guess including the Middle East and Israel, because we know they'll definitely hand those over, and he throws them all into the sun, but that's what helped create Nuclear Man. It is a trippy movie, and yeah, basically they try to add layers to it. It's basically a good versus evil plot. Superman's fighting Nuclear Man. Nuclear Man's winning. Clark is trying to care about the Earth, find himself, and finally defeats Nuclear Man by throwing him into a nuclear reactor. Yeah, it's a very all over the place movie, and Superman decides to basically reel it in. He takes a step back and he says, the world will only have peace if they want enough to get it, or something along the lines of that. Oh, that's why we can't achieve world peace. We just didn't want it hard enough. Makes slightly more sense than Snyder's Doomsday. Yeah, James Loveland, you're right. Mark Pillow played Nuclear Man, who got a British blonde actor. Yeah, apparently the Nuclear Man said all his lines were actually said but dubbed over by Gene Hackman because they didn't think he had an intimidating voice. At the end of the day, in all honesty, Superman was a ripoff of the greatest American hero and stole his thunder. Don Cheadle's Captain Planet is better than this stupid movie. Yeah, definitely by far. This movie, it's a mess. It is preachy. It is sloppy. Has a ton of unfunny humor. It is the Batman and Robin of Superman movies. Christopher Reeves, I know his heart was in the right place, but the environmental message did not fit all that well in this film, and it made Superman kind of look like an incompetent buffoon. Wait, if Superman has the ability to turn back time by flying fast, why didn't he do this to save his father in Man of Steel? Good point, Moonwing. Zack Snyder's just not a good writer. John Cryer was Lenny Luthor, also played Dusty Crophoppers in Planes, Winged Wolves in Hercules, Freak Show and Danny Phantom. Yeah, he was also in 2.5 Men. Nuclear Man made absolutely no sense as a whole. His creation made no sense. How he gets his powers make no sense. And how he dies make no sense. Yeah, he was thrown in a nuclear reactor, and shouldn't that empower him? It's the sun should weaken him, but no, the sun gives him power, and nuclear energy finishes him off in the end. Really confusing and stupid. Also, Kenneth Truscott in Hannah Montana, and Felix Faust in Justice League Action. Yeah, I know John Cryer was in that. Mark Pillow, who could have been an awesome Homelander actor if The Boys was in the 2000s. Yeah, I could have, but no. Superman 4, The Quest for Peace, it is one of the worst comic book movies ever. Not just the worst Superman movie, this is one of the most hated superhero flicks of all time. That's why it's going straight into F. It is a total failure, and the so bad it's good entertainment value is the only thing that people watch it for. Do not recommend. It is a 0 out of 10 decayed icon. So let's move on. Unfortunately, we're not done with the Reeves timeline yet. We do have technically 2 more, but let's get the other bad one out of the way. Supergirl. Yep, Helen Slater's Supergirl, which is also going on to F. Yeah, we do have Supergirl on here, played by Helen Slater. Okay, so I will say, exactly like Jackie Earle Haley's Freddy Krueger, Helen Slater was actually a pretty good casting for the Girl of Steel. Helen Slater is so pretty, she's very likable, very bubbly, very talented, and her Kara is super adorable. However, like Jackie Earle Haley's Freddy Krueger, she was a part of a total piece of crap movie and script. Supergirl movie next. Yep, we're doing it. Bizarro never existed. What happened? Didn't get the character. If you remember me well enough from the DC movie ranking that you had, I think you will know how much offense I take to when you bash Man of Steel. We're not there yet, but yeah, I got a lot to say on that. We're going to have another Supergirl movie in 2026. Yeah, James Gunn announced that. Supergirl is allegedly going to appear in the Superman movie, like a post-credit scene. But we're talking about the first Supergirl, Helen Slater's one. This movie was so bad that it's one of the reasons why female-led superhero movies were kind of seen as box office poison for generations, because they do not do a good job making a kick-ass girl superhero. I love Supergirl. Supergirl used to be my crush as a kitten. As I gotten older, I graduated to Power Girl being my crush. Love adult Supergirl. But yeah, Supergirl, she's still charming. She's likable. Supergirl is not Superman's girlfriend or sister. She's Clark's cousin. She's his cousin from Krypton. Supergirl was also launched into space. She was from like a Krypton adjacent colony planet. It doesn't make much sense in the movie either, but trust me. She was sent to Earth to basically retrieve this power source that managed to escape her science lab, and then she presumes not to find the power source, but get into wacky sorority girl school CW drama. I wish I was kitten. You mean Galatea from DCAU? Yeah, that's pretty much Power Girl. Just like Greatest American Hero, when they tried to revive it with a female gender swap, somehow, someway, they messed it up on Supergirl as well. Yep, they did. What a shame. Helen Slater was a pretty good choice for Supergirl, but that can't save a bad script, writing, or direction. Not at all. The only good thing this movie gave us was Tamara in that outfit in the Nostalgia Critic review. Yeah, Tamara pretty hot Supergirl too. Yeah, Helen Slater was also Martha Kent in DC Superhero Girls and the, unfortunately, CW Supergirl, and she was Talia al Ghul in Batman the Animated Series. I know they replaced her with, what's her name from the Black Christmas movie? You mean Galatea. Yeah, I used to crush on Supergirl very hard as a kitten. Now I graduated to Power Girl, who is pretty much just adult Supergirl, but she is peak female perfection. Also Susan Crater in Supernatural episode Family Reunions. Another great bit in the Nostalgia Critic review is the recurring bit with Malcolm expanding the porn script. Yeah, so they did not know how to do this character justice. Supergirl tracks a power source from a Krypton science lab. It went, of course, to Earth, and then when she lands on Earth, she bums around and gets into wacky schoolgirl hijinks while not searching for this dangerous power source. And of course, the power source lands in the hands of this unstable female villain. This evil villain named Selina. I really wish this was Catwoman, but no, it's a different Selina. Selina finds the power source and becomes an evil magic witch. And what's her all-time great villain scheme? Selina wants to steal Supergirl's boyfriend. Yeah, that is our actual plot. The evil witch wants to get laid, and she and Supergirl are competing for the same cute guy. That is actually the plot of this movie. Supergirl saves this nice guy, and there's some wacky antics with a love potion. He falls in love with the first person he sees. The evil witch tried to make it her, but Kara interfered with one of her schemes, and he ends up falling in love with Supergirl, and the entire movie becomes this superhero rom-com of Supergirl with her first crush and trying to fight with a villainess over the same guy. And people wonder why female superhero movies are a dead art. I like Kevin Spacey as Lex Luthor. Yeah, I liked him too. We'll get to him. So has Wolf seen My Hero Academia Vigilantes that have the pink-haired Batgirl pop star? I know Wolf has kept up with My Hero Academia, but he's never, watched the show religiously. Don't you dare put Superman Returns in F. Sure, Brendan Routh sucks as Superman, but the rest of the movie does have good qualities a few. We'll get to that one soon, but gotta wrap up Supergirl. and Batman Wildcat named Knuckle Duster. Yeah, Kevin Spacey was actually a good Lex Luthor. Faye Dunaway played Selina, not Catwoman. Isn't the boyfriend younger than the Bruja? Yeah, she is. Like, the boyfriend's, like, attending, I believe, Supergirl's college slash high school slash private school. They do not make it very clear. Like, for one, we don't know, like, half their ages. It's like, is Supergirl supposed to be a high school girl? Because Helen Slater looks like she's, like, in her mid-20s, so you don't really buy it. But Supergirl disguises herself as a schoolgirl and attends this dormitory, and apparently she adapts to Earth life super fast because she forms out this fake application by her cousin Clark. It's like, isn't this your first time on planet Earth? But yeah, we skip over that whole Supergirl integrating with the world. There are some cute scenes with Helen Slater. I like that when she blows on the flower and she learns how to fly. Very nice, wholesome moments that even Superman the Animated Series kind of paid homage to. The scenes where Kara masters her powers are very cute and wholesome, but unfortunately it's attached to a very crappy plot. And yeah, it's Supergirl getting into rom-com slice of life antics, and it is a very dull, boring-ass superhero movie, I'll tell you what. It's like, you're wondering why female-led superhero movies didn't take off, because movies like Supergirl kind of made women look very bad. It's very clear they did not understand the female audience or the superhero fandom, because Kara kind of just gets into rom-com antics for most of this film. She and the witch Selina fight over the same guy. It isn't until like close to the third act where Selina just sends Kara off to the Phantom Zone, and out of nowhere, Kara meets her mentor figure, who is also happened to be in the same Phantom Zone, and they work together where the mentor heroically sacrifices himself to free Kara from the Phantom Zone, and you really feel nothing because these two barely interacted, and the plot and conflict are kind of all his fault, but yeah. Muffin Tifa. Oh, that's right. Supergirl's roommate is Lucy Lane, Lois's sister, who of course was never mentioned until now. Hart Bochner, who played Ethan, also played Arthur Reeves in Mask of the Phantasm. Yeah, good movie. Definitely a step up. Like, how does she even know about Clark Kent's identity? Yeah, that's hilarious. She never met Clark or Superman, but somehow she knows about him and is able to pretend that they have this deep bond, but this is her first time on Earth. It doesn't make any sense. Oh, and hilariously, Superman is referenced in this movie, and they mention he's getting rid of the world's nuclear arms, implying this movie is happening at the same time as Quest for Peace. Yeah, really, Clark is getting rid of the nuclear arms, and they mention he's off away on some alien mission, which unfortunately Superman Returns would make canon. It's just amazing how there are so many DC movies with Batman and Superman as the main focus. Yeah, there are, but they're the golden boys of DC. So no Yakuza Superman? Unfortunately not. But give the benefit of the doubt, the Supergirl film is better than the Ironheart series. Yeah, that's because Helen Slater's hot. Helen Slater definitely tries, but good lord, does this movie not back her up? Most of the actors outside of Slater are god-awful. They're all dull, they're very lifeless and wooden. Special mention going to her love interest, who barely reacts to the superpowered stuff happening all around him. So, Supergirl escapes the Phantom Zone, fights Queen Selina, and we get the cringiest lines. "You can't beat me. You have no friends, Selina." This is your hardcore superhero, ladies. So, Supergirl fights this weird ice monster. The ice monster actually looked pretty cool until it has to interact with Helen Slater in a fight scene. Then they use the most god-awful green screen effects you'll ever see. It does not look good, and Helen Slater turns into like a 2D cartoon being stretched out. It does not look passable at all. Supergirl fights Selina and her ice monster. She wins, destroys the evil power source, and finally achieves her goal. And Supergirl gets the guy and decides, you know, she might stay here on Earth a little longer, implying that the adventures will continue. And they never did again because this movie bombed horribly. Yeah, Supergirl sucks. And it sucks because Supergirl is such an awesome character. This will not convince you that she is that cool. We need to have an animated Superman movie. We do have some. They're all down here. We'll get to those soon. Like, could Lucy Hartfilia's actress be perfect Supergirl? Yeah, Jeremy Lay. Yeah, she would definitely be cool. Disney, hey, Kingdom of Hearts is our thing. The Gnome King from Return of Oz looks more convincing than the Ice Monster. Yeah, it did. The Ice Monster had a cool design, but did not flow well in animation or motion. Yeah, this movie, it is so bad that for a while we never had a female-led superhero movie in theaters for like 20 years because this movie was so god-awful. Supergirl is one of the biggest failures of all time, and it failed one of my favorite iconic super ladies. So of course it's going on to F tier, and yes, it is worse than Quest for Peace because it's not even so bad it's good funny. Yeah, F tier. So now we do have one more in the Christopher Reeves timeline. Surprise, surprise, Superman Returns. Oh man, Bryan Singer came back with the sort of reboot call to the Christopher Reeves Superman timeline, Superman Returns. After a long time away and pretending Superman 3, 4, and Supergirl didn't exist, Superman returns to Earth in present day years later, now played by Brandon Routh, who does look like Christopher Reeves. This movie, I have very mixed feelings on, but there are some good scenes in here. Superman Returns, going on to B. Yeah, I think that's fine for it. This movie is honestly not too bad. It does have a lot of bad moments, but it also has some secret good moments. I love Kevin Spacey's Lex Luthor. He is a very creepy and intimidating Lex Luthor. Make of that what you will, but Brandon Routh's Superman, really kick-ass. I do actually like him. This movie has a lot of moments where Superman realizes that he's detached himself from Earth and humanity for too long, and he returns to Earth basically to find himself. Superman Returns is Superman basically finding himself again, coming back to Earth after a years-long space mission where he was lost. Lex Luthor has rebuilt his empire and is going to do the same plan he did in movie 1 again, where he's going to form his own continent with kryptonite. He has this special kryptonite. If you toss it in the ocean, it'll form a supercontinent, but destroy all the continents around it, which includes the Americas. Superman Returns was fine. Oh, that's right. Wrong! I did not put it onto F. Don't worry, James. Best Lex Luthor. We got Superman's son. Yeah. Better than Jesse Eisenberg. Yeah, by far. Okay, so Superman Returns, one of its biggest problems is there is a severe lack of action. There is not enough scenes of Superman fighting, getting into struggles with the villains, like throwing punches. We see Superman saving people, which is nice. One of my favorite scenes is Superman's gliding over the earth and listening to all the cries for help and choosing who he should save first. That is an effective Superman scene. Brandon Routh lifting up the Daily Planet. Really awesome effect, honestly. A lot of the effects and CGI has actually held up well. Kevin Spacey might be my favorite movie Lex Luthor. Yeah, he is very intimidating, creepy, and we get that iconic wrong moment, though there are some questionable moments. The big ones being Superman kind of low-key stalks Lois Lane in this, and it is a lot more creepy than it is cute. A Bryan Singer film, I will say. Superman Returns was fine, I agree. A brain-damaged rodent would be better than Heisenberg. Yeah, definitely. Okay, so there's a lot of nice scenes in this. Superman gets reattached to Earth. They do retcon that his mom is still alive in this, and they have a really wholesome mother-son talk. We find out that Lois Lane had a kid, and she hooked up with this new guy played by Cyclops. Yeah, James Marsden is in this movie, the guy who played Cyclops from his X-Men movies. James Marsden is big shock, the other guy, the nice guy rebound dude who Lois Lane hooked up with. Lois had a kid, and we find out this kid is Superboy. The kid is actually Superman's child and has Kryptonian powers that kind of come and go. He's developing them through puberty, and Superman is realizing this kid is his, and Lois is having a pseudo love triangle between choosing James Marsden and choosing Superman, because Superman and her clearly had a thing going on. They do confirm that Lois and Clark did have sex, and the baby is definitely Clark's. James Marsden is the nice guy, the cool stepdad, and kind of makes you feel sorry for him because he's actually really chill and friendly. Like, Marsden is actually this noble, helpful dude who actually saves Lois and his son in the end. So, kind of feeling sorry for this guy because he always plays the nice, chill dude, and the girl is choosing the bad boy over him. Yep, Cyclops is in it. He's the other guy. Yeah, we have this movie to blame for Cyclops' bullshit exit in Last Stand. Yeah, that kind of has points against it. Though, I also found it funny, Kumar from the Harold and Kumar movies is in this movie. Yeah, Kal Penn, Kumar plays Lex Luthor's right-hand henchman, sort of replacing Otis from the last movie. He's the comic relief scientist helping Lex Luthor. It is very trippy whenever I rewatch this to remember that Kumar is Lex Luthor's evil villain henchman. It is pretty funny. They're trying to build this continent. They abduct Lois Lane and the Sun. The Sun hilariously murders one of Luthor's goons by chucking a piano at him. That is pretty gruesome, honestly. So, the movie, its problem is it gets very boring. It is kind of padded out with a lot of angst scenes. Superman thinking to himself, Superman lifting stuff. I know everybody loves that scene where the machine gun guy shoots Superman and the bullet bounces off his eye. That was like the most iconic scene people remember from this movie. Like the bullets bouncing off of Superman's face in slow motion. That effect does still hold up. It looks pretty cool. I will say, I do like Brandon Routh as Superman. He does look a lot younger than Christopher Reeve, which is distracting because he's supposed to be older than him, but yeah, Brandon Routh does not do that bad a job. Kevin Spacey as Luthor really knocks it out of the park. He is very disturbing in this. He like slept with a bunch of ladies to gain their riches, and that's supposed to explain how he's rich elitist Luthor now. Very weird. Before Akira says it, James Marsden also played Tom Wachowski from Sonic the Hedgehog and Fred O'Hare from Hop. Don't remind me. Love me some White Castle now, I'm hungry. Yeah, Kumar is hilarious in this. Kumar is like his right-hand scientist. They try to build this evil Kryptonian continent, and through some weird technobabble science, Superman's able to stop it, and Superman strands Lex Luthor and his girlfriend on an island, and there's this very bizarre out-of-nowhere scene where they wonder what they're gonna eat, and Kevin Spacey Luthor is eyeing the dog. It's like, wow, that took a very disturbing turn. That's like something out of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Yeah, Luthor's gonna kill and eat like a mutant dog. That is all kinds of screwed up, but yeah, Luthor, of course, loses. Superman saves the day, and he decides he's going to commit to being Superman full-time, while Lois Lane and their son have a new life with James Marsden, because Marsden is a reliable guy who's actually there while the world needs Superman. And I guess they kind of leave things open for a sequel, but it never happened because this movie did not do so well. So, Superman Returns has its moments. I do think it's a fine movie. It has its god-awful and stupid moments. I do think there are positives here. I do like Superman's struggle, deciding if he wants to be a hero full-time, or if he's trying to return to being Clark Kent and resume things exactly like in the first two movies. This is taking place in the Christopher Reeves timeline. It's I would say a prototype reboot, Cole. They are trying to connect it with all of them. They even play the John Williams theme. Kevin Spacey's Lex Luthor, underrated, really like him. He is a cool, creepy villain, and the wrong moment is iconic. Jason White, played by Tristan Lake LeBeau, who played Ethan Uwana in Hawaii Five-0. Never watched it. Yeah, Superman Returns, I think it's fine. It's not one of the best Superman movies. My problem is that it's way too long, and there's too many slow scenes, too many dialogue-heavy scenes, and yes, these do fit Superman's character, but you kind of hope that we're in for some more action and character progression for Superman. It's just way too slow. Bryan Singer did better with his X-Men movies than he did with Superman, but honestly, I have seen worse. I've seen far worse. I can see some people really loving and defending this one, especially because Brendan Routh and Kevin Spacey really hold it up well. The plot has some really crazy moments, but some really bizarre turns, I'll put it that way. So this one I'm putting on to B. Not the worst, but also has some fun moments, and some moments that definitely say Superman. So it's on B, it's whatever. Alright, so with that, I think we should finally knock off one of the animated ones. Let's do it. Let's do Superman Doomsday, the beginning of DC's direct-to-video Superman movies. This is the first direct-to-video DC film, Superman Doomsday, and the one that kickstarted the entire trend of direct-to-video DC content. This one, honestly, I might have to also put into B. I will put it above Superman Returns just because it is mercifully shorter. Yep, they finally adapt the death of Superman, but not fully. Superman Doomsday is basically half the death of Superman and half this original Luthor versus Superman plot. Sorry, I needed some water. Okay, so we meet Doomsday, who was released by LexCorp tunneling underground, and Doomsday does the unthinkable. He murders Superman. Yep, Superman dies in this movie, and no, that's not a spoilers because that's literally the story we're adapting. Superman dies, but seemingly comes back, but it seems like there's something off with this new Superman. Yeah, they did quite a bit of Superman vs. Doomsday animated movies. Surprisingly, yeah. Adam Baldwin plays Superman, and honestly, he does pretty fine. Adam Baldwin is a good actor, but his Superman, I would definitely not call iconic. He came in and did the job, and unfortunately, this is a problem I had with a lot of the direct-to-video movies. They would get celebrity guest stars to play iconic DC roles, and at least half of them were just passable. Adam Baldwin, I would call a passable Man of Steel. Not one of my favorites, but he did a good job. Kate Bosworth played Lois Lane. We could have had Nicolas Cage as Superman with the mullet, but didn't happen. He did make that cameo in the Flash CGI deepfake. Yeah, you're all looking forward to that. Also in LEGO DC Supervillains, Brandon Routh played Superman, also played Everywhere Man in the Batman, and the Atom, Ray Palmer in CW's Arrow. I did see that one. He played York in Static Shock, Rick Flag and Jonah Hex in Justice League Unlimited. Yeah, Adam Baldwin's also Cal Rieger from Mass Effect 2. You don't know who that is? That's one of Tally's Quarian soldier friends. Really loved him in that. He was pretty surprisingly badass. I'll cover your ass, Shepard. Just dodge that Geth Colossus. Yeah, and Breakdown in Transformers Prime. Not one of my favorite roles from him. Oh, and he's also Parasite in Young Justice. I didn't know that. Okay, so I do think this movie is fine. I watched it for like the first time ever a while back, and you know, it wasn't bad, but it also wasn't true to the Doomsday story. Doomsday is here for like the first half hour, and just like in the story, he dies, but he killed Superman. Superman is actually killed, and the second half of this movie is an original story. It is nothing like the comic book plot. So Superman dies and crime in Metropolis skyrockets, but seemingly out of nowhere, Superman returns. Superman comes back, and it's very clear there's something different about this Superman. Surprise, it's a clone. Lex Luthor took Superman's corpse, somehow not getting exposed for it and hiding it from the public. Luthor took Superman's corpse and cloned it to create his own Superman. And Superman seemingly returns and is protecting Metropolis once more, but this is a Superman who is submissive to Lex Luthor. However, it's only temporary. Yeah, in a twist, Doomsday is not the actual villain of this. It was actually a plot by Lex Luthor to make the perfect Superman clone, and we get some very peculiar designs, like peculiar direction, peculiar designs, and very odd scenes. This one has that very infamous moment where Lex Luthor brings the clone back and beats him, and has that infamous line where after Lex Luthor abuses his clone and beats him bloody, he says, "Who's your daddy?" That was definitely something. Yeah, they kind of do the Joker and Batman gay relationship subtext with Luthor and Superman, and it is very questionable in this movie. Luthor, wants to be this Superman's father figure, and basically, the Superman turns evil. The Superman is nothing like our true blue Boy Scout, the original Clark Kent. He loses control of his emotions. Lex Luthor's abuse is damaging him. He full-blown murders the Toyman. That's right, the Toyman's in this movie, and we get that Kevin Smith cameo. Like we needed him to deal with a giant mechanical spider. Lame. That's the one scene everyone talks about from this movie. Who played Cherry Cream Soda in Adventure Time? Oh, Anne Hesh. Anne Hesh is Lois Lane. She wasn't even good in Psycho. Yeah, it was Green Lantern on the Infinite Crisis video game, also in the Justice League show. So that's where they got the idea for evil Superman and Suicide Squad kill the Justice League. Actually, there's been a lot of evil Superman. The one I remember earliest is Justice Lord Superman, the Justice League episode A Better World. In an alternate world where Superman turns evil, he finally snaps, murders Lex Luthor, and becomes this evil superpowered dictator. I think that was one of the earliest evil Superman plots that really changed the foundation of the character. Superman Doomsday does what else? An evil Superman. Clark, clone Clark, turns into this total Homelander prototype. He abuses his powers. We get that very visceral scene where he does a lobotomy on himself to cut out Luthor's failsafe. There's this lead-based kryptonite pellet placed in his brain, and it is a very gruesome, hardcore scene where he lasers the pellet out of himself so Luthor can't kill Superman. He had a failsafe in his brain, and he uses his heat vision to carve it out. Really violent and hardcore scene, and sort of showed people that these were definitely adult takes on our DC icons. One scene I don't like in this movie is Luthor also kills Mercy Graves. Luthor realizes that the clone could be tracked to him, and his hand in the Doomsday event would also expose LexCorp, and he out of nowhere shoots Mercy Graves dead in the head, which felt really out of character for Luthor. It's isn't Mercy Graves your most loyal minion? But yeah, it shows you that this is a darker and edgier Superman. Yeah, Mercy Graves dies in this movie, and unfortunately it would be a running gag with her in Superman stories, where Luthor would completely waste Mercy Graves. Yeah, Luthor realizes the clone's turned against him. The clone is now full-blown evil, wants to kill everyone, starting with Lex Luthor, but in a twist, Superman is alive. It turns out he wasn't killed by Doomsday, he was just badly injured and on life support. A robot voiced by Tom Kenny manages to recover Superman's corpse, brings it back to the lair, and recharges him in a vaguely similar scene to that James Gunn ad where the yellow sun is magnified onto him. Yeah, Superman, the original one, is alive and he fights the clone. The clone is full-blown nuts and unhinged, very much like Galatea and Supergirl's rivalry now. He wants to kill and replace Superman, and Superman and Lois work together to vanquish the clone. They manage to kill him, and the clone has this, alas, poor villain moment where he says, I only did this for good. Protect the people because it's what Superman would do. And yeah, the clone, I guess, has a pseudo-tragic death, and Superman is alive and well, and we cut to Lex Luthor, who's also badly beaten up, and now, ironically, in the same place Clark was, now hospitalized on life support, but planning revenge, which is never followed up on, and that's the end of the movie. So, I thought it was fine. I thought Superman Doomsday had some really nice hardcore scenes, and really did do a good job showing you that these are going to be more adult and mature DC stories, which I do appreciate, but the story is a bit messy. It is kind of a mess story, a little too short, honestly. There was a lot of cool stuff that could have been developed further, and Kevin Smith's cameo is easily the most hilarious part of this. A lot of hardcore violence. Adam Baldwin is a fine Superman, and Hesh, not an iconic Lois Lane, if I'm being serious. But this movie feels like an R-rated episode of Superman the Animated Series, which is why some people love it. I will put it on to B because I think it's a fine movie. Not a must-watch or a totally life-changing experience, just a dumb fun Superman movie if you like the darker side of DC. That's right, Toyman's also in here. John DiMaggio played him, and he also died. Yeah, Cree Summer was Mercy Graves for like 10 lines, and then she's shot in the head. While Adam Wiley also played Jimmy Olsen. He also played David in All Dogs Go to Heaven 2, young Prince Derek in The Swan Princess. Ugh, poor him. And he was in the Bratz Genie Magic. I love Superman Doomsday. I love it when I was a kid. I loved it now. Okay, so we do have some fans for this movie. I do appreciate this movie. I honestly would give it like a 7 or 8 out of 10, but it's not perfect in my eyes. It is kind of rocky, and the fact that Superman did not die at all, I find kind of questionable. It's like, he was totally killed by Doomsday, but nope, he was still alive, just on life support this whole time. Oh, and he was Fred in American Dragon Jake Long. Ugh. He was only mostly dead. Also, Henry Douglas Jr. and the Sarah Connor Chronicles. Then I gotta rewatch that. Okay, so I think Superman Doomsday is fine. It definitely led to a lot of better movies. Under the Red Hood, The Flashpoint Paradox, and Superman vs. the Elite, one of my all-time favorite Superman movies. But Doomsday, I think it's fine. I'll put it onto B tier. It's almost good, but could have used a little more spit and polish. If you love it, that's fine. It is not a god-awful flick, but it will be outclassed by some other movies. Alright, gotta use my first restroom break, but you guys, cast your vote on what you want to see next. Let's go out of order. Do you want to do Man of Steel, another animated classic, or something random and out of nowhere? I'll be right back. Cast your vote on which Superman movie you want next. Alright, Super Cat returns. What do you want? Man of Steel, People want that out of the way, huh? Alright, let's bite the bullet. Let's do Man of Steel. Surprise! Also going on to F tier. I will at least put it above above the god-awful Quest for Peace and Supergirl. I am not a fan of Zack Snyder's Man of Steel. If you saw my Snyderverse tier, you know my exact feelings on this, and I still feel the exact same way. This movie is bad. What was I supposed to do? Let all the other kids drown? Maybe. That should never be a word uttered from Pa Kent. Man of Steel still sucks. This movie is not good at all. I know people love, but the visual effects, Henry Cavill was a good Superman. It tried something new. It's Zack Snyder's best movie. This is not at all Zack Snyder's best movie. I hate this movie. The, I am Jesus! I am Jesus! Alright, Man of Steel was supposed to be a new generation Superman movie. It does his origin all over again, but explored under a darker, more mature lens. And by mature lens, I mean total edgelord fanfic. This movie is not good. It's very miserable, depressing, nihilistic, and sort of deconstructs Superman, which is something nobody wanted. Yeah, I know we talked about it at great length, but we do have to go over it again. I'll try and keep this brief. I don't like this movie because it's not a good depiction of Superman. There is so much focus on his life story. There's way too much like white noise action. Yeah, the action looks good, but you don't really feel anything. And General Zod is not at all a good villain. I will find him! Alright, so once again we see the destruction of Kryptonite. Russell Crowe, my brother Wolf's favorite actor, is Jor-El in this movie, and he does fine up until he becomes a hologram. They send Superman in the only rocket that can save them, and I do think this is kind of a plot hole in the movie. They know Krypton is dying and Jor-El is not mass-producing these rockets. They send General Zod and his flunkies to the Phantom Zone before the world is destroyed, exactly like in the Christopher Reeve movie. Yeah, Zack Snyder borrows a lot from Superman 1 and 2, and considerably butchers it in his version. Yeah, the movie is boring. Like, Superman feels dark. Like, why Zack Snyder should have been doing The Boys in DCEU. They basically tried to do Superman's Dark Knight trilogy, but they went a bit overboard. Yeah, they wanted a quote-unquote grounded and realistic Superman, which does not work because Superman is a fantastical character. Superman is a total comic book superhero. He's larger than life, he's cartoony, he's comic booky, and doing a realistic Superman is something that is dead on arrival. They wanted to make Superman like the Dark Knight, as John Smith said. Also, we get commercial brands in Man of Steel, all the obnoxious product placements, like Superman and Zod fight through the IHOP, they fight through the gas station, and they hurl like those McDonald's signs at people in the Nike ads. Yeah, this movie like really whored out the productions, and it's really funny seeing them fly at you. Okay, so yes, Zack Snyder's effects are good. It is a visually impressive movie, but not well written, not emotional. It's very slow, very boring, very dull. There is so much talk hyping up Superman that when he finally does use his powers, it's not really all that impressive. And hilariously, when he fights General Zod, he completely totals the city. It looks like a war zone, like 9/11 happened. And we're supposed to believe that Superman saved a whole bunch of people. Like, he's a hero. He saved our lives. And everybody's like covered in ash. The city's wrecked and everything's on fire. It's hilariously contradictory to Superman being this Jesus savior. Yeah, Superman neck snap Zod, like why that death. Gotta love the scene with Clark stands up to that bully from the bar and took out his anger with his truck. Yeah, some douchey bully picks a fight with him at like a Denny's or something, and Clark doesn't fight back, but then when he goes outside, he crucified his truck. Is like the most ominous villain foreboding type of scene ever, and feels out of character with Superman. It's like, honestly, you should have done what he did in Superman 2, just throw him against the pinball machine. Yeah, so Henry Cavill is not a bad actor. I do think he could have been a good Superman, but you cannot tell that in here. He spends most of the film being butthurt and depressed and angsting that he does not feel like the character in this film. It wouldn't be until later where Cavill actually got to act like the traditional Superman in like the Justice League movies, but not here. I don't feel it. Oh, Pa Kent's death is still stupid in this movie. Yeah, we're gonna finally talk about it. So, they try to recapture the moment where Pa Kent died, a truly heartbreaking emotional moment in Christopher Reeve's Superman, and a hilariously stupid scene in this movie. A tornado is happening, and Pa Kent gets hurt, and he tells Superman not to expose his superpowers by saving him, and there is so much time that he could have used to actually save his dad, but his dad tells him not to, and Pa Kent is absorbed in the tornado and killed in a very horrible death which he could have avoided. It's like, seriously, Clark couldn't run up to you in like 10 seconds and low-key use his strength to drag you out of there and save your life? No, Pa Kent chooses to die and needlessly sacrifice himself, and yeah, it is still stupid to this very day. He dies a needless death, and that inspires Superman to become a hero, and he at last fights General Zod. Zod breaks out of the Phantom Zone, and he arrives here on Earth, where he tries to forge an alliance with Superman, but reveals that he plans to conquer the world. That Superman in the comics be more like Moses than Jesus. Yeah, that is kind of his thing. He's more supposed to be like Moses. He arrives here and unlocks his great potential. He wasn't like literally the savior or the son of God. I mean, compare that scene where Kara Danvers with that biker deleted scene, and yeah, I prefer Man of Steel. The Dave Cullen Show channel went over this as a whole, and to an extent of Alatorre. Well, I saw Nostalgia Critic and Angry Joe's review of it, and yeah, Critic was right. This movie's just very miserable, dull, and boring. They stretch it out for far too long. This movie should be like 90 minutes, an hour and a half, not 2.5 hours of Henry Cavill angsting. Yeah, so Pa Kent is the worst role model in this movie. He gives Superman bad advice and tells him that you have to wait, you can't expose your powers, and telling Superman that basically not to be a superhero. Then it isn't until he meets Jor-El in his super space pod, and hologram AI Jor-El tells him to embrace his destiny and become a hero. And yeah, as Linkara said, it's glorifying his Kryptonian background more than his foster parents influencing him and raising him right. And yeah, it does not mesh well. I do not vibe with that. It is not a good look for Superman. And of course, as you know, this leads to a fight between General Zod, which goes across the city. They hurl advertisements at each other. They fight in Smallville. They fight in IHOP, fight in Denny's, fight in the gas station, and eventually in Metropolis, leading to that scene I know you all love. Superman snaps Zod's neck. Yeah, they don't do a good job with this. For starters, they never establish why it's important that Superman doesn't kill, so him murdering Zod does not carry any dramatic weight, and two, it is incredibly out of character. Superman, exactly like Batman, believes in redeeming his villains. Superman wants to do good, and he is not the law. He doesn't take things into his own hands. He is not judge, jury, and executioner. He's just a guy who does good. Like why Superman goes to the church cathedral for the obvious symbolism, Akira. What is it with everyone thinking that in Hollywood? Think that he's supposed to be Jesus? Yeah, Clark's supposed to be this great savior and beacon of hope. Yes, Superman rocks and he's kick-ass, but the Jesus symbolism is so heavy-handed in this movie. It gets kind of funny. Like, Clark's literally at a church, and he does a Jesus pose while flying out into space, and it is very preachy and not subtle or intelligent at all. Like he has laser vision and freeze breath. Exactly. There are so many things he could do to stop Zod, but no, he murders him despite exiling his followers back to the Phantom Zone. And this really dumbass family could have escaped his laser vision at any time or any other direction, but no, they don't, and they don't establish why Superman killing people is such a big deal. Something which Superman vs. the Elite did greatly, but they badly botch here in this 2.5-hour movie. But yeah, he murders Zod, then the military talks to him, and Superman decides, you know, he's still gonna be a superhero, but now he's going to forge a much brighter path. And yeah, Man of Steel still sucks. I do not like it. It's very colorless, very dull, very slow. I am not a fan of Zack Snyder's vision of Superman, and they tried to make it like the Dark Knight for the Man of Steel, but it just doesn't work for this character. Don't you dare, don't you dare. I am Jesus! I am Jesus! Man of Steel is S rank. No, it's not. S as in stink. This movie just doesn't do a good job. I'll admit it is miles better than The Quest for Peace and Supergirl, if only because the production values are good, but I don't like this portrayal of Superman. I don't like this film. It's way too long, it's very preachy, very miserable, and Superman does not inspire hope in me after watching this movie. Henry Cavill, good actor, he does not compare at all to Christopher Reeves, and it's why this movie's going on to F tier. Granted, high F, but still F nonetheless. All these years later, this movie still sucks, and the DCEU as a whole is still trash. Speaking of which, Batman vs. Superman, Dawn of Justice. We talked about this one before too, and opinions haven't changed, still going on to F tier. I'll put it above Supergirl, but that's all it's getting. Batman vs. Superman, Dawn of Justice, whether it's the theatrical or extended cut, it's still crap. This movie is worse than Man of Steel in every way. For starters, they kill off Superman in this flick in his second film, where we're not even attached to him for that long. Yeah, it has the worst Jonathan Kent ever, by far. The greatest Superman of all time. No, Light Jones, he is not. Man of Steel is the GOAT. No, there is another. It's supposed to be a little bit of a darker twist on Superman. Well, so is The Boys, but that did it better. Might as well do Dawn of Justice, the film where General Zod becomes Doomsday, just like what they did with King Ghidorah to Mechagodzilla in the Monsterverse quarterage from Avatar films. Ugh. World's Finest over Dawn of Justice, fully agreed. It's just that the writing was very ahead of its time. That's why you didn't like it at first, but of a really good movie. I will say Man of Steel is looking a lot better compared to the James Gunn advertisements, but we'll see if it gets outclassed by Gunn's new attempts, but still not a fan of it. But you know what's worse? Dawn of Justice. This movie is still trash. Oh my god, Zack Snyder's getting inspiration from Superman 4, the worst Superman movie ever. Okay, so as we all know, Ben Affleck's Batman is introduced in this movie, and basically it's a build-up between an epic fight between two of the greatest DC icons of all time. Why does Batman want to kill Superman? Because Batman thinks Superman is a dangerous vigilante who doesn't play by the rules and takes the law into his own hands. You know, exactly like the Dark Knight. Yeah, so Batman hates Superman for really stupid reasons, and ultimately comes down to he doesn't trust him because he's superpowered, and Superman doesn't like Batman because he's a dangerous vigilante who doesn't play by the rules and takes the law into his own hands. You know, exactly like you, both their reasons for hating each other are extremely hypocritical and don't work. It worked way better on the animated movie. Don't worry, we have World's Finest here. Yeah, well, I'm here, World's Finest, much better crossover than this, and yeah, this movie still doesn't hold up. Jesse Eisenberg's Lex Luthor, most god-awful casting since Vince Vaughn's Norman Bates. Gal Gadot's Wonder Woman, she was cool, but also kind of out of nowhere. Way too many sequel baiting moments in this. I hated that moment where the Flash shows up in that dream sequence to basically tease more movies, telling Batman that Lois Lane is the key, and this amounts to nothing in this film. Luthor creates Doomsday from Zod and his DNA combined, which should have been Nuclear Man, as critic pointed out. Doomsday is in this movie, and in the last third, it becomes the death of Superman. Zack Snyder had way too many ideas. He tried making this their DC Civil War type of movie and their Avengers, and all of it way too fast, way too rushed, too many subplots, too many characters, too many sequel baiting, and we're not really attached to this world's Batman and Superman yet, so all this stuff happening to them doesn't leave much of an impact. At the end of the day, what makes me absolutely love Man of Steel is the simple fact that Superman needed to kill his own to save the Earth. Yeah, that could have worked if there was build up to it. Yeah, so Batman vs. Superman, Dawn of Justice. I talked about this movie in great detail. Jesse Eisenberg is so cringe in this movie. Like, leaving that jar of piss and calling it Granny's peach tea for the senator. That is so out of character for Luthor, and blowing up everyone at the Capitol building and framing Superman. Superman is so stupid in this movie. He always makes himself look guilty. He has no reaction to all the death and destruction around him. Like, that scene of Clark looking completely disinterested and bored that everyone's on fire around him. What the hell was that supposed to be? Superman constantly looks guilty and makes himself look even worse. And, of course, find her! Save Martha! Why did you say that name? Yeah, the Martha scene is hilariously bad. It's like, it's so goofy, it's over the top. I get what they're going for, but man, did Zack Snyder's direction fumble this royally. And Batman vs. Superman, it lasts for like 5 minutes, and then they're best friends. Yeah, thank you. This 3-hour movie, they fight each other briefly, they even chuck the kitchen sink at Superman. Superman pretty much takes the beating and Batman wins, because Superman was trying not to kill him this entire time, and basically they become total bros. Yeah, after trying to kill each other, Superman and Batman become the world's finest best friends, and work together to foil Luthor and save Martha. Doug Batman, oh my god, my mother is still alive? That was the funniest but stupid of all lines. Save Martha! Like, if I had a nickel for every time Lex Luthor tried to mix his DNA with Kryptonian's DNA to make an ugly, worse villain, I had 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but weird it happened twice. Like, why didn't we have Superman go back in time and throw the bomb into the sun? But no. Everybody in the theaters I was in was literally laughing at that scene out loud. That scene is the definition of cringe. It's stupid. It's over the top. Ben Affleck and Henry Cavill went really hammy with that delivery, and it did not work. Teen Titans Go to the Movies did better. What's your father's name? Oh, it's Jonathan. Mine is Thomas. Yeah, so they save Martha. Batman full-blown murders people in this. I talked about this at times, but I do not like that Batman is a psychopath in this movie. Yeah, Zack Snyder took inspiration from The Dark Knight Returns, but this is not at all Batman, and no, telling me it's a part of his character development does not make it better. They promised us the traditional Batman versus the traditional Superman, and it is neither of them. Batman murders all of Luthor's henchmen and saves Martha. Superman fights Lex Luthor, but then ends up fighting Doomsday, and Lois Lane gets that stupid scene where she throws away the kryptonite staff in a pool, then stupidly goes back down to dig it up. She's so stupid in this. Yeah, I know Amy Adams is hot, but Lois Lane is pretty much a non-character in these movies. I don't really feel for her, and it felt like she had less to do than in Man of Steel. She almost drowns trying to get this Kryptonian spear, but Superman, of course, has to go in and do it because he's the hero. And yeah, as we all know, this weakened Superman, he uses the Kryptonite spear to murder Doomsday, but Doomsday gets a kill shot on the Man of Steel. Kind of making you question why Wonder Woman wasn't the one to wield this sphere, even though they have the same power levels. But yeah, Superman dies, killing Doomsday, and Doomsday, in this really butt-ass ugly effect, is murdered, but he got a kill shot on Superman, and they have a big funeral for the Man of Steel, and coincidentally, Clark Kent also died and is having a funeral, which nobody questions, and Ben Affleck realizes that Clark is Superman. He attends his funeral, and we get that very trippy scene of the dust on Clark's coffin, like, levitates and rises, and this scene really confused me. It's like, yeah, I know, it's teasing he's alive, but he gets revived in the Justice League movie, and makes you kind of ask, what was the point of the dust levitating on his tomb? It really makes no sense. Lex Luthor gets thrown into prison, he gets his head shaved, and Jesse Eisenberg, in his cringe delivery, vows revenge, and Batman and Wonder Woman start a league of their own, teasing the Justice League. Yeah, this movie's awful. Dawn of Justice sucks. All these years later, I have not changed my tune on it. DC really fell behind Marvel. They wanted to catch up to the MCU, and this movie kind of proved that. I do not get what people like about it. Yes, I saw the extended cut, and guess what? It didn't change my mind. The story is awful in both versions. I said one of the hottest, not one of the best. This was a very big mess of a movie. Literally, the reason why I cannot defend this movie is because it was trying to be the world's finest. The Dark Knight Returns Part 2 and Superman Doomsday. Hi, Kat, what I miss? Hey, Batkid Shinobi, where I believe at the end of the Snyderverse Superman, we're wrapping up with Dawn of Justice. Don't worry, Justice League and the Zack Snyder cut are not on here because those are ensemble cast movies. So thankfully, we don't have to retread those, but Dawn of Justice, it sucks. It sucks as a movie in general, so of course it sucks as a Superman film. It belongs here on F tier, and yes, it is worse than Man of Steel. Speaking of which, I'm also gonna knock off some movies I haven't seen. Let's knock off the Super Pets. I know Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson is Crypto, and Kevin Hart is Ace the Bat Hound. Never saw this one. I saw commercials in theaters. It honestly looked pretty funny, but never got around to seeing it. Also, I've not seen Battle of the Super Sons. For one big reason, the Robin is Damian Wayne. And I do not have any more interest in watching Damian Wayne movies. Never saw this. This is actually the fight between Superman's son and Batman's son, Damian Wayne, in this funny father and dad type of movie. I heard people liked it, so check it out if you want, but I just never seen it. Might as well get the Flash out of the way, too. F for fuck off. Yeah, let's get our last Snyderverse movie out here. The Flash. Yeah, this one does count, because technically Superman is in it, and Supergirl is a main character. It sucks. It sucks. This should have been the grand finale for the Snyderverse, but it is awful. It's mostly a Flash movie, but Supergirl is in it. Henry Cavill gets like a 5-second cameo, and spoilers, we get cameos from other Supermen who are deep fake CGI celebrity impersonators. Yeah, Christopher Reeve shows up, Helen Slater Supergirl shows up, Dean Cain Superman shows up, without his family's approval, mind you, and of course Nicolas Cage Superman appears for like 6 seconds. Well, Damian Wayne sucks, so I can understand that. Thank you, Shadowlink. Man of Steel is the GOAT. Well, I see Super Pets is cool, but no Cat Hero. Yeah, weirdly Streaky wasn't in that movie. Wasted Michael Keaton. Yeah, that's right. So, If you don't know, The Flash is pretty much the Snyderverse version of Flashpoint. Barry Allen, the Flash, goes back in time to prevent his mom's death, but accidentally causes a ripple in time, changing everyone's destiny and retconning the Snyderverse. Now, Clark Kent doesn't become Superman. Instead, it's Supergirl, and it's a world where Michael Keaton's Batman exists, and Michael Keaton is very much wasted in this role. Now, I love Michael Keaton. He comes back as the Dark Knight, and they sort of confirm that the Keaton-Schumacher films have happened in this movie, which, yeah, a lot to say there, but Michael Keaton is not very well developed in this movie. It's basically member berries, nostalgia bait. It's, oh look, it's that Batman we all love. He teams up with Barry Allen, sort of as the Thomas Wayne, like in Flashpoint, but not nearly as well written as Thomas Wayne. Unfortunately, there's like two Ezra Millers here, and yes, they're both annoying and unfunny. The CGI is god-awful. Special mention going to that scene where Barry puts a baby in the microwave. He's like saving all these falling babies who are falling from this hospital roof, and the CGI on these babies is hideous, man. It's like worse than baby Arnold Schwarzenegger from Junior. He puts like a baby in a microwave or something to shield it, and the effects are god-awful. The Speed Force looks bad in this. But the reason why we count this movie is because Supergirl is in the movie. Supergirl is the Flashpoint universe. They bust Supergirl out of prison, and I do not get what people praise about this girl. In real life, Sasha is very pretty. In the movie, she looks like she's very much a malnourished boy. Supergirl does not look like a girl. She looks like a tween boy and is very scrawny, bony. That suit looks hideous on her. They gave her like these plastic digital abs, which look very weird and off-putting. And Supergirl, I do not get what people see about this character. People praised her like she was the best actor in the movie. She doesn't do anything. She can't even talk. She barely forms words. This Supergirl was like locked in a government lab. Basically what Superman was suffering in the Flashpoint paradox, and is this malnourished, bony superhuman. She joins his makeshift Justice League with the Flash and old Michael Keaton Batman. They fight General Zod, who is destroying the Earth, and unfortunately, because Superman from Man of Steel isn't here to stop him, they struggle and fail as their own Justice League, and it is not very impressive. Yeah, also Grant Gustin Flash, way better than Ezra Miller Flash. I saw Michael Keaton in the trailers. I was like, I was not seeing this movie because it's a cash grab. Yeah, totally was. One of the worst Batman portrayals by DC to date. Batman versus Superman, they're supposed to be best friends. Like they got Wonder Woman gets a pet pig that having atom powers but not a kangaroo. That was really weird. Yeah, what's worse is that I had the worst animation CGI of all in Snyder movies. Yeah, the Flash one, easily the worst special effects. I heard Zack Snyder did not have too much to say in this movie. Somebody else kind of took it from him, and they were trying to fix the Snyderverse. It did not work at all. Who's the villain? Well, spoilers, it's this knockoff Zoom, who's actually the clone Barry Allen. The time duplicate got the Speed Force to form a team of two Flashes, and he kept using the Speed Force to try and fix the Flashpoint universe, and every time he failed, they lost to General Zod, they made time worse, and apparently it took a toll on his body, and mutated time clone Barry Allen into this zombie Zoom. He looks like the CW villain, the zombie Zoom from the CW's Flash and Legends of Tomorrow, and the effects also look pretty bad. He turns into like a zombie Hulk Flash, and all I kept thinking is, wouldn't it have made more sense if we had the Reverse Flash, Eobard Thawne, you know, the actual villain of the movie? Speaking of which, Supergirl, she really sucks in this. She gets her butt whooped every time. It's very clear she is no match for General Zod. She is not a competent hero, and Sasha does not really get to say much, so I did not like how she looked in this movie. She does not really do much in this film, and basically she's just cannon fodder. She and Michael Keaton get killed at the end, and Barry finally fixes this exactly like in the Flashpoint story. And in a twist, we find out he didn't fix everything because Batman is now George Clooney. Dun dun dun. Yeah, was anybody at all excited for this? George Clooney, the worst Batman we've ever had, is now the Dark Knight in the Snyderverse. George Clooney's Batman is back, and Barry Allen's like arrested by him, and he takes him in for questioning, hinting that there's gonna be a sequel, which will never happen because the Snyderverse is dead, just like this film's greatness. Like The Flash is the movie I wish it got Thanos snapped. Me too. There technically are other Supermen in this movie. We get that really cringe-inducing scene where we see all the other DC timelines and they're all references. Christopher Reeve's Superman and Helen Slater's Supergirl appear. Yes, they use CGI deepfakes to bring Christopher Reeve to life again. Dean Cain's Superman cameos, and we do see Nicolas Cage as Superman. Nick Cage actually said they did not get permission from him at all, and even he kind of made fun of them for it, for how awful he looked. Yeah, gotta love Nicolas Cage, but yeah, the unused Nick Cage Superman from Superman Lives make a cameo in this, and honestly, save yourself some time and watch it on YouTube. It is not worth the 3-hour film. Yeah, this film has Supergirl in this, and it looks looking like a live-action Anissa from Invincible, for more worse. Yeah, Helen Slater is one of the most pretty women ever to play Supergirl, and her CGI deepfake did not show that off. Best portrayal of Damian Wayne, Batman Brave and the Bold TV show. Fully agree, Batkid, that was one of my favorite episodes. It's the haircut, isn't it? Well, also her body kind of looks very malnourished. She looks like way too bony. They kind of starved this Supergirl. And yeah, that haircut looked pretty bad. She isn't blonde either. They got a Hispanic girl to play Supergirl, but that wasn't really the problem for me. She just didn't look like the character. Like, what, you couldn't dye your hair blonde? This movie was dead on arrival, absolutely. The CGI in this movie is also the worst out of the whole Snyderverse. Absolutely, like Jones, that we agree on. It's like, what happened? I didn't like Man of Steel, but the special effects actually held up well in this movie. The Flash, it looks bad. It looks faker than Supergirl's effects. Black Flash or Dark Flash, more like Black Crash. Basically a knockoff of Savitar or Zoom, only he's terrible. Yeah, fully agree, Shadowlink. The villain in this movie really looked terrible, and the fact that it's actually Barry Allen himself was the villain was supposed to be a metaphor, but honestly I consider it more of a dark metaphor for Ezra Miller's entire career. He's more like the real-life version of a Reverse Flash. Sort of, but didn't work. Also, they didn't get Troy Baker as Batman. That would have been actually funny. Oh no, George Clooney is Batman again. Quick, change the timeline again. Don't worry, James Gunn's universe deleted that from ever happening. It would have been probably slightly better, not by much, if Michael Keaton was casted as Thomas Wayne. Fully agree. If Michael Keaton was Thomas Wayne, it would have been better. So, my thoughts have not changed. The Flash movie, The Multiverse of Madness, it is awful. Stick with the Flashpoint Paradox. The animated Flashpoint movie is so awesome and a million times better than this pile of crap. Movie so bad that even Michael Keaton's Batman couldn't save it. That's all you need to know. It is definitely rock bottom. At least Helen Slater was hot as Supergirl. Sasha, not so much. Michael Keaton was wasted, and screw Ezra the Chokeslam Miller. The girl playing Gun Supergirl is kinda cute. Well, because she actually looks feminine. But this is proof that Zack Snyder should have just stuck with the Superman and make his own quadrilogy. Yeah, that would have been for the best. Like why the pasta sauce in cart caused Flash's mom to survive. That was stupid. Natural blonde Hispanics exist, so why did she have to have her hair darker? Oh yeah, remember the Snyderverse was going to have Sasha's Supergirl and Batgirl from the Snyderverse become the new faces of the DCEU? So glad that timeline was erased. I hope James Gunn do a better Flashpoint. I kind of hope they don't do Flashpoint at all anymore, because the Flashpoint Paradox movie, way better. I meant Ezra Miller's actions make him just like the Reverse Flash, not his actions. Yeah, okay, I get what you're saying. Yeah, Ezra Miller is the true villain in real life. So, still a pile of crap. The Snyderverse is dead, and this movie pretty much cemented its death. Do not recommend. It might be the worst movie on this list, but let's keep going and see where these others land. Alright, so I have not seen Superman Brainiac Attacks. I know this will disappoint some people, but I have not seen this one. I heard it's a pseudo-sequel film to Superman the Animated Series. It's Superman fighting Brainiac, of course. This movie, I heard, was free on YouTube, but never got around to seeing it, so sorry, no familiarity. But let's talk about the good Batman vs. Superman, World's Finest. Yep, it's back on here, and yep, still an S-tier masterpiece. This one I'm actually going to put higher than Superman 2, but under the first Reeves film. Yeah, finally, the good Batman vs. Superman. This movie's awesome. It is awesome. Kevin Conroy's Batman, Tim Daly's Superman, Mark Hamill's the Joker teams up with Clancy Brown's Lex Luthor. This is the official crossover between Batman the Animated Series and Superman the Animated Series. Tired of always losing to the Dark Knight, the Joker comes to Metropolis with a business deal for Lex Luthor. If Luthor pays him $1 billion, he'll assassinate the Man of Steel. The Joker steals like this kryptonite jade dragon rock, realizing that kryptonite is Superman's weakness, and hatches a scheme to finally kill the Blue Boy Scout, and wants Luthor's money to do so, because if you're good at something, never do it for free. Joker and Luthor form a hazy alliance to eliminate those pesky heroes. Batman / ordinary billionaire playboy Bruce Wayne shows up in Metropolis, hunting the Joker's The Dark Knight, and under the guise of Bruce Wayne, forming a business proposition with Lex Luthor, building these weird spider droids, and he's using it as a cover story, basically to get close to finding the Joker, leading to the ultimate hero clash and team up. Batman and Superman, the world's finest, team up to take out each other's arch enemies. Like why Harley Quinn called Lex Mr. L. She calls Joker Mr. J, so it's funny. It's not actually canon, but good movie overall. Is it non-canon? I mean, Clark and Bruce do know each other after this. They meet multiple times in the Superman show, in Batman Beyond, and form the Justice League together, so I imagine this movie is canon. Red Sun was also great. Oh, is that one you're talking about? Okay. Yeah, Red Sun is also great. We'll talk about that one after. The true Batman vs. Superman was also in The Return of the Dark Knight Part 2. Yeah, sorry, Dark Knight Returns did not make it on this tier list. I imagine because it's mostly a Batman movie, Superman is in the second half of the second part, so technically he's not a spotlight character, but World's Finest, this movie is great. It is fun, it is awesome, it's action-packed. They do lampoon a lot of the DC tropes and cliches, but in a very fun and wholesome way. There's a love triangle where Bruce and Clark are competing for Lois Lane, and yeah, Lois Lane actually dates Batman in this movie before the Snyderverse tried making it canon, and Dana Delaney and Kevin Conroy still have fantastic chemistry, even after The Mask of the Phantasm. Yep, real Batman vs. Superman, great cast, better motivations, and no stupid plot points. World's Finest over all the Snyderverse, yeah. Oh, I meant Brainiac Attacks. Okay, it's not canon, alright. That's fine, just still haven't seen it, though. Lance Henriksen played Brainiac. Yeah, he was also Kerchak in Tarzan, the host in the Hellraiser Hellworld. Ooh, step down. Cobra leader in Static Shock. He was also Bishop in the Aliens movies. Love the DCAU. See, DCEU. This is how you set up a universe. Yeah, a million times better. Sorry, did not watch Brainiac Attacks. It's a non-canon tie into the Superman cartoon. I heard some people like it, but it's not a must-watch. Unlike World's Finest, this one is a must-watch. Clancy Brown's Luthor and Mark Hamill's Joker, obvious S-tier cartoon icons. Seeing them banter is so funny. Why should I trust you to kill the Blue Boy Scout when you can't even kill a mere mortal? There's nothing mere about that, mortal. Yeah, Joker tries to assassinate Superman using this kryptonite jade dragon. He nearly succeeds, but the Dark Knight comes in, and we do get a much more believable Batman versus Superman because they're not trying to kill each other. Basically, Batman and Superman are one-upping each other. They're trying to show who's the better hero. Batman thinks Superman is too soft on criminals and is completely unprepared for psychopaths like the Joker and is too afraid to get his hands dirty. We actually see Batman confronts Luthor in his own mansion. He KOs Mercy Graves and almost takes out Lex Luthor. The Joker almost kills Superman, but Batman saves him in time. However, we do show the good and the bad of Batman versus Superman. Superman is actually OP, and they do show Clark's greatest strengths is that he can do impossible stuff the Dark Knight can't. As cool as Batman is, Batman cannot go face to face with a spider droid with military hardware. Superman is punching through walls, beating evil supernatural threats, beating these larger than life villains that the Dark Knight has to work around. And he does start to gain a respect for Superman, and in turn, Clark actually starts to respect Batman. And that's why this movie is better. Superman and Batman slowly become friends over the course of the movie. They realize the other's strengths, criticize the other's weaknesses. They both actually find out their secret identities. Clark has X-ray vision and can look past his mask. And Batman does some good old-fashioned detective work and stalks Superman to his apartment, finding out he's Clark Kent. But they both decide to keep each other's secret identity, and they become total bros. It is a fun bro movie. Superman and Batman are at first kind of rivals, and they're trying to solve the mystery and defeat Luthor and Joker on their own with their own methods, but slowly work together, and we get the foundation of a Justice League forming. Batman, Superman, Public Enemies is also fun. Yeah, I'll get to that one. What does Bruce Wayne have brand cologne to attract the ladies? Well, he's rich, he's handsome, and Kevin Conroy's got that really suave voice. The hammer of justice is unisex. Yeah, Batman punched out Mercy Graves. I care about my people. I don't want to stroll them up here because I don't want to play my dick is bigger than yours. It is. Clark to Bruce in a nutshell. Yeah, they kind of get into a pissing contest, but it's actually fun because we actually see Batman can throw Superman against the wall. He flips Superman across this bar, and Superman shows that he does not go down so easily. He's not some naive fool that the Dark Knight looks down upon. We do get moments of Superman saving Batman. Batman is almost killed by these spider droids the Joker steals from Lex. He nearly murders him, almost exposes his identity, but Superman saves him just in time. Lois Lane finds out that Batman is Bruce Wayne, but decides not to report it, even though it's the greatest story of a lifetime. Yeah, don't worry, the Scarecrow will expose him in Arkham Knight. But yeah, Lois and Batman date each other. It is a total shout out to The Mask of the Phantasm because Dana Delaney played both Andrea Beaumont and Lois Lane. She decides to keep Bruce's secret a secret, and Superman and Batman work together to foil Luthor and the Joker. Big shock, the Joker betrays Luthor, steals that giant bomber plane, and tries to level Metropolis, but Batman and Superman finally work together and defeat him, and the Joker dies, but not really. He'll be back next week. Puddin'? At this rate, he probably is. Damn, Batman, very dark joke. Better fight than Dawn of Justice, easily by far. Yep, they defeat Luthor and the Joker. Luthor loses pretty much billions on this scheme. He's able to bail himself out. I love Mercy Graves is in the hospital laughing at Harley Quinn. Harley Quinn is arrested until she'll break out next week, and Joker is presumed dead, but as we all know, he'll be back because the Joker never dies. But yeah, Clark and Bruce end up as friends, and we set up a tease for future team-ups, very likely a Justice League. World's Finest kicks ass. It is still S tier. This is the good Batman vs. Superman. Highly recommend watching this over whatever the hell Zack Snyder was smoking when he made this one. Yeah, definitely watch it. It still holds up. It's still a kick-ass crossover. This is the most legendary cast in DC ever, and to this day, I still highly recommend it and see it as a perfect 10 out of 10 crossover. It's going on S tier, better than Superman 2, but not outclassing Christopher Reeves, not yet at least. But yeah, World's Finest is fine. Yeah, better fight than Dawn of Justice. Speaking of which, we have another Batman vs. Superman-ish movie on here. Superman Red Son. Yeah, let's talk about it. Let's do Russian Superman. Superman Red Son, I honestly might put onto A. Yep, got our first A-tier movie. Superman Red Son is an Elseworld story. What if Superman crash landed in Russia and was raised communist? He believes in the Russian way of life, and Superman was raised by Joseph Stalin. Yes, this is a real movie. What is not one of the greatest Superman movies of all time? I love Red Son. Superman Red Son. Yeah, we're talking about it. Russian Superman. I actually do really like this movie. It's almost perfect, but I do have some criticisms against it. This is a total Elseworld story where what if DC's heroes had different paths, and this one, Superman crash landed in Soviet Russia and was raised by the Russians to be their ultimate hero and warrior. He's a communist Russian Superman, the Red Son, because communists have the color red, but yeah, and he's also the son of Russia. A bizarre premise, but it actually works. Same. Yeah, Jason Isaacs is Red Son Superman, and honestly did a really good job. American Dad did this better with Steve Smith. Yeah, I know what you're talking about, where Steve became a communist. Tim Robbins and Susan Sarandon. Red Son is okay. Not horrible, but okay. So, honestly, I did actually kind of like this movie. It's weird, but a fun type of weird. Superman is raised in the Soviet Russia. We see him undergo a lot of vaguely similar origin steps that he underwent in the first Superman movie, but this time he's in Russia and with the communist mindset. We see the good and the bad of the Russian Soviet Union. We see Superman actually does become a nice guy. This is a Superman who means well, a Superman who wants to believe in truth and justice, but he follows the communist regime, and they actually do kind of deconstruct communism, which I was kind of worried about. I thought they were gonna kind of embrace it, but no, Superman actually realizes the flaws, and one of it, why it's on A tier, best scene ever, Superman murders Joseph Stalin. That is awesome. Superman vaporizes Joseph Stalin in one of the most satisfying death scenes ever. Superman finds out that, shocker, Joseph Stalin was a bad guy. Yeah, Stalin had like death camps and had refugees who questioned him imprisoned here. Superman frees them and realizes Stalin does not live up to the Russian ideals and betrayed the people. So Superman murders the premier Joseph Stalin and decides he's going to be president of Russia now and guide Russia under a new era of truth, justice, and the true communist way. And yeah, it's an evil Superman story. Superman becomes the leader of Russia, and the Russian government completely bends the knee to him, bows down, and welcomes Russian Superman as their noble savior. And Superman gets into the Cold War. Yeah, that is the premise of this movie. Superman is the Russian prime minister and dealing with the Cold War tension. Yeah, I applauded when he did that. Yeah, awesomest scene ever. Joseph Stalin vaporized by Superman's heat vision. That is iconic, and that pretty much made the movie awesome in my eyes. Yeah, how many times can you say that? Superman murdered Joseph Stalin. That made this movie instant classic to me. Yeah, Joseph Stalin actually dies by Superman's heat vision, and Superman takes over Russia. However, we find out Joseph Stalin did raise a fair point that you will make enemies just like I did, and it does slowly happen. Superman realizes that he does face a lot of trouble playing the game of politics. Superman actually tries to be a reasonable authority figure, but very clearly starts leaning towards the dark side. There are dark Superman tropes at play here. Superman's misusing his powers. Superman is at high tension with America. In this version, Lex Luthor is the president, because of course he is. I do like that Diedrich Bader is Lex Luthor. He plays a more smarmy, sassy, know-it-all Luthor. He's kind of like the Dwight Eisenhower and John F. Kennedy, but as Lex Luthor. Yeah, we do see Diedrich Bader's Lex Luthor is President of the United States alongside his First Lady, Lois Lane. Yeah, Luthor and Lois Lane are a couple in this Elseworld. It is very trippy. Also, we get Guy Gardner and Hal Jordan and Jon Stewart. Phil Lamar's Jon Stewart is in the movie. Also, the development on Superman is what makes this such a great movie. Yeah, Superman actually does get a lot of great character development. I do like how they do show you that communist Russia is a terrible place, but there's a gray morality in this movie because Superman wants to do good. He wants Russia to be this peaceful utopia. He believes in the ideals of communism, the good things in communism, that everyone's equal, he looks out for everyone, but it's very clear there are flaws in the system, and he is dealing with Cold War tension with the US, which I found very fascinating. I really like the Cold War type of stories. I played Call of Duty Black Ops, so of course I do. So it is a pretty fun movie and very inventive. We see different Elseworld takes on DC icons, like Bizarro is an American clone of Superman. We see villains from Superman's past come into play. Brainiac tries to attack. Superman indoctrinates him into a society and forces Brainiac's weird Borg technology onto people who won't submit. And, oh, my favorite, Russian Batman, played by Arkham Origins' Roger Craig Smith. Yeah, Roger Craig Smith is Russian Batman, and Batman is this psychotic V for Vendetta rebel trying to take down Superman's regime, and I love Roger Craig Smith as Batman, so he was pretty awesome in this film. Yeah, we get another Batman versus Superman, but this time it's Russian Batman versus Superman. He was raised by Mother Russia. Red Sun is okay. Red Sun is okay. Not horrible, but okay. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, he was also Sinestro in Emerald Knights. And Turbo in Cars 2. Ooh, I'm sorry, Jason Isaacs. Yeah, Superman's character development is fantastic in this movie. I love how we see him struggle, and you do see the good Superman is in there. The Superman we all know and love is there, but he's struggling to form his true identity as the Blue Boy Scout. And he was a demon in Castlevania, Lords of Shadows, and Mephisto in Marvel Midnight Suns. Yeah, Jon Stewart's also in this movie, along with Hal and Guy Gardner. We see the Green Lanterns are like the Marine Corps. That actually was pretty cool. I loved hearing Nathan Fillion as Green Lantern again, and Phil Lamar as Jon Stewart. That guy was my childhood, so seeing him cameo was awesome. Oh yeah, one of the reasons why it's not an S tier, we also get lesbian Wonder Woman. Yeah, they kind of changed this. In the comic, Wonder Woman forms an alliance with Russia. She's dating Russian Superman. There are actually a couple in the comic. Themyscira and Russia form an alliance, and their ambassador Wonder Woman is dating the Russian Man of Steel, and for really no reason at all. They changed them to just friends in this movie, and Wonder Woman is a hardcore lesbian now. I did not get why they made that change, and honestly, it felt kind of unnecessary. They could have been friends, but she keeps bringing up, I'm a lesbian, right? I don't date men. It's so weird and out there. About on par with that one guy got vaporized by Darkseid in the DCAU. Yeah, you mean Desaad? Nobody questions my authority, Desaad. Nobody. The suburb of expectations is this specific Superman is another reason why I love this movie to death. Yeah, this movie's actually pretty fun. Not gonna lie, it does have some flaws. I do think the time skips were very unnecessary. I get they're trying to follow the Cold War events, but we see like Lex Luthor and Lois Lane aging, but Superman doesn't really age like we do because he's an alien, so it's kind of confusing whenever we do get a time skip. And also, the twist villain is so painfully obvious in this movie. Yeah, there is a twist villain in Red Sun we'll get to very shortly. Feels like almost a Soldier, a boy origins. Now, of course, it's not better than Man of Steel. Man of Steel is the GOAT. You love Man of Steel, Light Jones. Henry Cavill could have been good, but Jason Isaacs is plain awesome. Sasha Roy played Hal Jordan. Okay, it wasn't Nathan Fillion. So, Captain America played Red Sun Batman. Yeah, Roger Craig Smith is Russian Batman, and you can faintly hear his Arkham Origins voice, but Roger tries to do a Russian accent too, so it is kind of blocked out. We get a Batman versus Superman scene halfway in the movie. Roger Craig Smith's Batman tries to assassinate Superman, and it kickstarts his character development where he tells him, "You're no better than Stalin. You are just a worse regime replacing another bad regime." And Batman suicide bombs himself rather than getting detained by Superman. He almost kills Superman, traps him in this Red Sun mine shaft, but Wonder Woman uses the last of her strength to free him, losing her immortality in the process. She breaks Superman out of his Red Sun prison, and Batman loses, but rather than go to prison or be re-educated, he suicide bombs himself, which is kind of an eye-opener for Superman and Wonder Woman. They realize they're the bad guys. They're the dictators. They have become no better than Joseph Stalin. And Wonder Woman breaks her friendship with Superman. Superman starts suffering an inner turmoil, questioning his morals and if he really is a good leader for Russia. And we get to our big ending. So, near the end, US and Russia are nearing Armageddon. World War III is on the verge. Luthor has his high-tech ready and missiles ready to kill Superman. Superman listens to Brainiac of all characters. Yeah, Superman defeated Brainiac and turned him into a minion. And surprise, you'll never guess who the twist villain is. It's Brainiac. Yeah, it turns out Brainiac faked getting reprogrammed and was working with Russian Superman this whole time incognito to take over the world. Brainiac stole his communist ideals and wants to assimilate everyone on Earth like the Borg into following his regime. Yeah, Superman talks with First Lady of the President, Lois Lane, realizes he is in the wrong and he doesn't want nuclear war. He tries to back out of World War III, but Brainiac betrays him and declares he'll destroy the Earth, leading to our big climax. Lex Luthor and Superman teaming up to kill the evil communist robot. So Captain America played Red Sun. Yeah, I did. Imagine that normal Lex Luthor believes that Superman is like, or at least what he tells himself. Yes, of course I love Man of Steel, and you're wrong about Man of Steel. Well, it's my tier list. So, it does lead to a big badass action scene where Luthor in his Iron Man suit and the Red Sun Superman double team and kill Brainiac. Superman realizes he was wrong and that this machine forcing its way onto the people is not what communism should be. It should be about helping people. And they double team and kill Brainiac, who's our final boss. Brainiac dies. for good until he reprograms his AI into something else, like in every story. But yeah, Brainiac is killed off. Superman is presumed dead. He threw Brainiac's ship into the sun, and we're led to believe that this vaporized him. But nope. We find out Superman's alive and he's giving up the power. He's deciding to retire from being the leader of communist Russia and dismantles their entire government. While Luthor declares peace with Russia, he steps down and he hands over the reins to Barack Obama. Yeah, Jimmy Olsen is like this Barack Obama stand-in, and Luthor gives him the presidency, and Luthor decides to step down, realizing that they almost caused World War III, and US and Russia make peace, and Superman finally did bring the hope and good he always wanted to, but he's still out there watching people in disguise, and that is the end of Red Son, and I thought it was pretty cool. This movie's actually really fun, really kick-ass. They do address the problems with communist government and Superman killing Joseph Stalin, and that is peak cinema. Luthor is definitely good, representing the good and the bad of the American capitalist government, and at the end of the day, they do resolve things in a very mature way that both societies want peace and they shouldn't force their way onto the other, which is kind of how the Cold War did end, but it's a very fun Elseworld story. Love Jason Isaacs as Superman, love Diedrich Bader as Lex Luthor. The story is surprisingly very compelling and mature, had a lot of fun with alternate versions of the DC characters and icons, and overall, I would say it's definitely one of the better standalone Superman movies. I highly recommend this one. It is awesome. And yeah, Superman killing Joseph Stalin definitely made it a 10 out of 10 for me. I mean, no shit, it was Brainiac all along. Yeah, kind of painfully obvious. Sorry, reading some comments. Yes, of course, I love Man of Steel. Okay, yeah. Okay, Red Son, it's a good movie. I do have some problems with it. It does kind of rush through things, and Lesbian Wonder Woman was kind of weird. I wish they did more with the Green Lantern military. They were actually pretty fun, and Barack Obama, Jimmy Olsen was kind of out of nowhere, but I'll still put it on A. It is a pretty awesome Superman movie. I highly recommend checking this one out. It is definitely a fun watch and worth your time. Red Son, definitely A for awesome. Alright, so next, what should I get out of the way? I think we should do the Injustice movie. Yeah, let's get one of our last bad ones out of the way. Injustice, actually going on to E. You know, I might put it above Superman 3 at least, but yeah, let's talk about it again. The Injustice movie. Oh yeah, everyone remember Injustice, the kick-ass fighting game? Well, it had a video game teaching you about the first campaign from the first game. And it technically is a Superman movie because Regime Superman is the main villain protagonist. And yeah, it is a very messy movie. It is very messy, very flawed. There are moments I do like in this. One, Damian Wayne getting shit on, and Wonder Woman is much better in the movie than she is in the game, but it is not all that great. Regime Superman is back in this, yep. So, once again, we're doing an evil Superman movie, and unlike Red Son, it is no bueno. It is not as good. If you don't know, Injustice is another Elseworld story where Superman turns evil. Superman suffers one bad day, courtesy of the Joker, unleashing his most vile scheme ever, ruining the greatest superhero ever, Superman's life. The Joker plants a bomb in Metropolis, takes Lois Lane hostage, and gasses Superman with fear gas, murders all of Superman's close friends. Joker caps Jimmy Olsen dead at the beginning of the movie, and the Joker commits his most heinously evil scheme. He tricks Superman into murdering his pregnant girlfriend Lois Lane thanks to some fear gas hallucinations, and a bomb was attached to her heart that if she ever died, it would blow up the city of Metropolis, and it did. Metropolis is gone, his wife is gone, his unborn child is gone, Superman's life is in complete ruins, leading to the iconic scene: Superman murders the Joker. Superman breaks into prison, Batman is interrogating the Joker, and we get that awesome scene where Superman punches a hole straight into the Joker's chest, murdering him, Mortal Kombat style. Like I said before, stick with the Injustice games over this, totally. Yeah, and if you don't know, it's detailing his rise as Regime Superman. We are talking about the Superman plot, so yeah, it's basically Superman becoming evil. Superman becomes a total dictator. It is the origin story of Regime Superman. And it is very compressed, very shortened, and they leave out a lot of vital details that were in the games. So, Regime Superman is an interesting character because it's what if Superman was evil, and they do it in a very cool and believable way that you do believe Clark could end up this way and become a dictator Superman. Superman essentially takes over the world, and one of the scenes I do find funny is he murders all those Gen Zers who celebrate the Joker. Like, these weird rebellious college kids are throwing a rave party and dressing as the Joker and saying, "The Joker was a hero, man." You know, the mass murderer who blew up a city. Yeah, they treat the Joker like a hero, and Superman vaporizes them all dead in a very gruesome scene. That part was actually kind of darkly hilarious to me, not gonna lie. So, it's basically Superman's evil origin story. We're seeing how Regime Superman became Regime Superman. Batman is forming the insurgency from the games, working with his allies. I actually do like the Catwoman subplot in this film. Yeah, I know, surprise, Catastrophe simping for Selina again, but I love Catwoman and Batman's romance in this. We actually see them open up, show emotion. Batman is absolutely devastated that his best friend has turned to the dark side. We get clarification on Superman and Batman's friendship as it falls apart. Regime Wonder Woman is much better in this movie than she is in the video game, because Wonder Woman is actually in character in this than she was on the actual video games. Like, I always hated it that Wonder Woman 100% turned evil and was like, yeah, screw the world, let's take it over. It's like, isn't that the strong, independent hero we all know and love? She basically simps for Superman even in this movie, but they do not become romantically involved. Wonder Woman does turn good and relents, and one thing I will say is I do like how they bring an alternate universe version of Superman and Lois Lane into the world, and Regime Superman is not defeated in a final boss fight. He is talked down by alternate Lois Lane. In an alternate world, Lois Lane and Clark are still together and they had their child together, and Regime Superman has this emotional heart-to-heart with alternate Lois Lane, telling him that this isn't who you are. You would never have become this in my world. After a fight with the Prime Superman, just like in the video game, he is talked down and surrenders his leadership, and I actually found that a little better than how the game handled him, where, of course, it's a fighting game. You just beat him down and throw his ass in prison or the Phantom Zone. It was so satisfying to see the Joker die. That's what I call a punchline. Joker's death by Superman, Count Dracula. Metal as fuck, yeah. Very satisfying, especially because this Joker voice actor really sucked. Wonder Woman is supposed to be the villain in the games, if you will. Yeah, Wonder Woman was kind of the corrupter for Regime Superman. She encouraged all his bad habits, where the movie actually makes her kind of reluctant and more in tune with her normal portrayal. So yeah, I actually do like the end of this movie where alternate Lois Lane and Superman finally talk some sense into Regime Superman, and he surrenders control of the world and turns himself in. It tries to be like the Power Rangers Time Force's Ranzik, where Ranzik sees the error of his ways and surrenders. It doesn't work as well here, especially if you played the video games, but I thought it was actually pretty wholesome and cute. Oh, and the Flash dies and nobody cares. Yeah, everybody remember that. The Flash got killed by a Joker trap, and nobody ever brings up his death. That happens to a lot of characters in this. So, I do like parts of this movie. Superman actually surrendering himself is actually pretty wholesome and in character. And as you know, I'm a Catwoman simp, so Selina and Bruce's scenes were very wholesome and adorable. I like seeing when Catwoman and Batman have a healthy relationship, so that definitely saved a lot of the film for me. Also, Damian Wayne being told he sucks all throughout the movie, very satisfying. Like, Batman says, "I thought there was good in you, but I was wrong." It's like, thank you. I've been saying that ever since the New 52 movies. Unfortunately, the movie is a disaster. There is way too much bloat. Way too much happens. They alter a lot of the video game too, so it's not a faithful retelling of the Injustice campaign. As Shadowlink said, stick to the video games. Those are way better, but movie's not very good. It has a few good moments, which is why it's not F tier, but not a good Superman movie. Like no Starfire in the Injustice movie. She made like a cameo, but she's in Injustice 2. That was the stupidest part. I understand they didn't want Superman to look weak to have him be defeated by Batman, but the whole alternate dimensions thing just doesn't work in a movie standpoint. Yeah, it kind of doesn't. It's another multiverse type of story, and I know we're all sick of multiverses in our superhero shows. So, Injustice, it is a mess. Stick to the video games, but a few scant good moments here and there, which could have been great in a good movie. Just drinking some water. Alright, let's knock off a short. Superman and Shazam, The Return of Black Adam. This one, honestly, I will put into A. Yep, we got a DC showcase on here. Superman meets Shazam, and this is kind of more so a Shazam story. It is Billy Batson's origin, how he got the powers of Shazam, while Superman for some reason is there in Fawcett City, filing a report, and it's the return of Black Adam. You know how Black Adam was played by Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson? Well, this version, they got Arnold Vosloo, the Mummy, to play Black Adam, and that was actually pretty perfect casting, not gonna lie. Like, how funny is it? Imhotep and the Scorpion King have now both been Black Adam. So, Black Adam returns and he wants to steal the powers of Shazam. Billy Batson undergoes his origin. It is a total newbie's intro to the Shazam character. He used to be called Captain Marvel, but Marvel threatened to sue them, so now he's Shazam. I like it. Arnold Vosloo as Black Adam. Yeah, Imhotep. Even in Miraculous Paris Multiverse. Also, the only movie that has Plastic Man. Yeah, you would think Plastic Man would be more important in this universe. I heard Kevin Smith wants to do a Plastic Man movie, but after seeing his He-Man cartoon, I do not think he's gonna get that happening anytime soon. Alright, so this one, very simple. Black Adam is killing people on Earth. Shazam and Superman team up to double team the Black Adam. Superman is at first buying Billy Batson time to escape, while Billy undergoes his origin and masters his Shazam powers. It is short, simple, and to the point, but a very badass team-up movie. I think they got George Newborn back as Superman. It's either Newborn or Tim Daly. I know it's one of the DCAU Superman. And they got Jerry O'Connell, I believe, returns to voice Shazam. If you don't know, there was a famous famous Justice League Unlimited episode where Superman and Captain Marvel fought each other. It was called Clash, and this is sort of like a reunion episode for them because they get the DCAU Superman, and Jerry O'Connell, who voiced Shazam, is back as Shazam. This time they're teaming up to fight an evil bad guy, the Black Adam, and it's a very nice tribute to that episode. I really like seeing these guys together, this time as total best friends and allies, and Superman and Shazam basically become best friends on this adventure as they foil the Black Adam's murder spree. Kind of perfect casting, though it would have been more threatening as Imhotep. Yeah, Black Adam as Imhotep. Pretty cool, honestly. Is Black Adam Egyptian, or what origin does he come from? Yeah, Black Adam is from this technically non-existent country, which is clearly inspired by Egypt. He has pyramids, he has Egyptian markings, hieroglyphs, and Stonehenge. It's kind of an amalgamation of all these ancient civilizations. Black Adam used to be the ruler of this old ancient kingdom, loosely inspired off of Egypt. I believe it's called Kandalak or something like that. Yeah, basically he's kind of an Egyptian supervillain. He is released from his tomb in this movie, and he wants to rebuild his kingdom on the ashes of the old civilization, which he plans to vaporize. Black Adam has the same powers as Shazam, but he uses them for evil. And Superman and Shazam double team him, beat that villain in his place, and Superman actually shows Shazam the ways of being a hero and encourages him to be a bright superhero like him, obviously paying tribute to the episode Clash. Arnold Vosloo also played Damon Zakharov in Cobra and Young Justice, and he was Zartan on G.I. Joe, yeah, the live-action movies, Rise of Cobra 2, and Retaliation. This Black Adam was sympathetic, actually. I would not say that. He was more monstrous in this showcase. Also, Jerry O'Connell also played Christian Grey in Scary Movie 5. Oof, poor O'Connell. And he was the Martian Manhunter in Lego Batman. He also graduated to playing Superman himself in those New 52 movies. Also, the Atom in Justice League Action. Okay, so the showcase is very short, simple story. The showcases are always very simple and straightforward. It's fun. It's great. I love seeing Superman and Shazam kicking ass together. And if you love these guys on Justice League Unlimited, you will absolutely love them here, where basically two of the greatest superheroes ever fight Imhotep the Mummy. It is a fun showcase. I highly recommend it. It's only like a half hour, so not much time wasted. It is going on to A because it is plain awesome. If we ever talked about this one, I would imagine us giving it like a 9 out of 10, maybe a 10 out of 10 if Wolf is generous, but it's fun. I highly recommend it. It's just as awesome as the Red Sun is, so I'll recommend it. Alright, gotta use another restroom break, but we're actually making pretty good progress. Cast your vote on what you want to see next. We're deep in the animated movies now, so I'll be right back, gonna get more water, use the restroom. Tell me which one you want to talk about and hype up that next movie. Alright, Super Cat Returns. What'd you guys vote on? Also, Pip the Pirate and Genie Jake. And yes, this is as close as you can get to having Arnold Vosloo, voicing-wise, to be like Imhotep from the animated series of The Mummy. But it's great to have him be in the Great Egyptian role. The one where General Zod is Superman. Oh, okay, I know what you're talking about. Alright, Justice League Gods and Monsters. Okay, do I want to put this one on A or S tier? Because I really like this one. You know, I might put it on A, but we'll put it above Red Sun. Alright, Justice League Gods and Monsters. Yes, Superman is a main character in this one, and he does get a lot of development and spotlight, so we are counting it. This is, once again, another Elseworld story, a completely original story by Bruce Timm. Bruce Timm worked on a lot of the DCAU, and he had a lot of ideas that he never got to use or were just plain censored. So he came up with Gods and Monsters, another Elseworld story where what if we had an anti-hero Superman? In this movie, Superman is not the son of Kal-El, he's the son of General Zod. Yep. When they made the rocket off of Krypton, we find out Superman wasn't traditionally born in this universe. Superman was like an embryo being placed in this rocket to carry on Krypton society, but before Kal-El could add his DNA, General Zod stormed his office, and Zod donated a fragment of his blood to put into this baby embryo chamber rocket ship, which took off, and Superman is actually General Zod's descendant, but he doesn't realize that until like near the end of the movie. So yeah, Superman is the son of his original mother and General Zod, and he crash lands with some illegal immigrants. Yeah, Superman is shown the Mexican way of life. Superman's rocket ship is found by a Hispanic version of Ma and Pa Kent. No, seriously, really. Some illegal aliens who are trying to hop the border managed to take Superman and raise him in America, where Superman grew up in kind of like a ghetto gangster kind of Superman, and I really love this Superman. He is cool, he's kick-ass, he gives no fucks, does not put up with people's shit, and is very snarky, very much no nonsense, dead serious. This Superman is hardcore. He is a total anti-hero. We see he is a jerk, but he's a jerk with a heart of gold. I love to see my best girl Platinum. Yeah, I know you're talking about Platinum. Also, Benjamin Bratt played Superman. Yeah. And Man-Bat is Batman. Okay, so we do have to address this. This is an alternate universe where different DC characters had different fates. The Justice League is still Superman, Batman, and Wonder Woman, but they are vastly different. Namely, they're completely different icons taking their mantles. General Zod's son is Superman. Kirk Langstrom, aka Man-Bat, is Batman in this world. And trying to remember her name. One of the new Genesis characters is actually Wonder Woman. Boudica, something like that. Yeah, basically one of the new God Warriors became this version of Wonder Woman. These are completely anti-hero versions of our Justice League who are borderline villainous but actually do have good in them. Basically, the Justice League are loose cannon anti-heroes who work for the government but are considering rebelling against them. The Justice League in this version are an anti-hero version of the League. They full-blown kill people, they play by their own rules, they disobey the government multiple times, they cause an equal amount of problems along with an equal amount of heroics, and Superman is very much struggling with his morality in this movie. I know, surprise, we do have a borderline villain Superman, but he's actually more of an anti-hero. Yeah, Man-Bat is Batman. Harley Quinn is in this, and she's more creepy. Yeah, she was a serial killer. Becca. Okay, thank you, Akira. Becca is Wonder Woman. The actor who played Manny in Cloud with a Chance of Meatballs 2, El Macho in Despicable Me 2, Ernesto de la Cruz in Coco. Yeah, I know who that one is. Like, we get Catwoman and Daphne Blake, actress Grey Griffin as Platinum. Yeah, Dr. Magnus and the Metal Men are in this movie. Okay, so the Justice League are loose cannon anti-heroes. The public is very much afraid of them. They are borderline Justice Lord type of superheroes, but we do see there is actually good in them. They are trying to bring truth and justice to the world, but doing it in a more so forceful way. They're total anti-heroes. They are killing people. They do not give a crap about the collateral damage they're causing. They're disobeying direct orders, but there is a noble sense in them. There is a noble attitude there. There are good in these people, but they are definitely very flawed. Man-Bat is kind of a vampire. He needs to feast on blood. Becca very much is a warrior who likes to fight, and Superman is very tired of all the bureaucracy, walking around the government, trying to work with people. Borderline considers taking over the world himself because he believes he can run it better. However, he is a caring person, and we do get hints that this Superman is like the traditional Superman there. So somebody is going around the world murdering all the smartest characters of the DC universe. Victor Freeze is assassinated, Cyborg's dad is assassinated, Ray Palmer, the Atom, is assassinated. All the smartest science heroes and villains of DC are being killed, and the villains are framing the Justice League. They're like mimicking their powers and abilities, and the world believes the Justice League has finally snapped and turned against them. We find out the Justice League are being framed by none other than Dr. Magnus and the Metal Men. Yeah, the Metal Men and Dr. Magnus are the twist villains in this movie, and honestly, I really liked him. C. Thomas Howell plays Dr. Magnus, and he's very creepy and psychotic in this film. Magnus was once a college friend of Man-Bat, and then we find out he was actually envious of Kirk Langstrom, caused him to become a vampire in the first place, and his wife, Tina, was actually in love with Man-Bat, and it made him go a little crazy. It turns out Magnus had a complete psychotic breakdown, killed his wife in a fit of domestic abuse, and believes that he can make the world a better place by assimilating everyone with his nanotechnology that he used to construct the Metal Men. Basically brainwashing everyone. He wanted to discredit the Justice League and turn the world against them so they couldn't stop him. He faked his death so he can get into the Justice League watchtower and use Superman's rocket to spread his nanobots across the globe and assimilate everyone into thinking like him. And the assassins were none other than the Metal Men. Yeah, we see Mercury, tin, gold, lead, and Tina is actually Platinum, who's a sexy robot waifu because Bruce Timm is good at drawing sexy women in DC. Batman the Brave and the Bold did this better with a vampire Batman. Hell, Batman vs. Dracula did this better. Yeah, he's kind of a daywalker vampire Batman. Yeah, Livewire played by Kari Wahlgren. She had like 2 lines and then she was arrested. It's a shame the Metal Men didn't get a live-action series. Like, I want to see Christina V or Cherami Leigh play Platinum. Yeah, Platinum. She's like this naked liquid metal Terminator in this movie. Really cool, kick-ass, and has the sexy cat fight with Becca. So, Superman undergoes a character arc in this movie where he becomes a lot more humbled. He goes through humility. He finds out he's not as great as he actually is. Learns the world does not like him, does not look up to the Justice League. We actually see Superman feel sympathy for Cyborg and his dad being killed. He actually prays for them and shows respect for their dead bodies. We see Superman finds these deaths very needless and cruel, showing that he is not as murder happy as the movie initially makes you out to believe. He talks with Lex Luthor, also played by Jason Isaacs, who would go on to play him on Red Son. Yeah, pretty funny. 2 Supermen in the same room. So, he talks to Lex Luthor. Luthor's become this Steve Jobs type of scientist, and Luthor reveals the truth that he's General Zod's son, and we find out Zod was this evil, psychotic dictator, and Superman believed he was bred for greatness, only to realize that his dad was not the man he thought he was, realizing that he was just as evil as his dictator dad, and that this is not the way, that his dad nearly destroyed Kryptonian society, not saved it. Superman undergoes a redemption arc, basically, and that's what I really like about this movie. Superman becomes a good guy and becomes the Man of Steel, the Man of Tomorrow we know and love, becoming from bad Superman to good Superman. And that's what makes Gods and Monsters so fun. Basically, all the villains become good guys in the end, become the true noble Justice League. So, Superman turns good, he realizes he's been played, they manage to team up with Lex Luthor, and they take down Will Magnus and his Metal Men, they destroy his rocket, and Superman literally and metaphorically lets go of his past. He takes the rocket ship with the nanites up and hurls it into the sun. Superman murders all the Metal Men, except for Platinum. Becca killed her. But yeah, they foil Will Magnus's plot. Will Magnus kills himself, realizing that he's become the villain, and Superman decides to take the Justice League in a new direction, implying they're gonna become the noble Justice League we know and love from every other DC iteration. And that's Gods and Monsters. I really like it. This movie's really awesome. I actually bought this movie because it turned out to be so much better than I thought it was. Benjamin Bratt's Superman, really kick-ass voice. Really like this take on the character. I know it's an Elseworld Superman, but I love that it's a story about redemption. They go from monsters to heroes, basically, and that's what made it very fun. Easily one of Bruce Timm's better original ideas, and yes, miles better than the Cape Crusader cartoon. Doesn't anyone remember that the Metal Men short on DC Nation? I remember them on Brave and the Bold and the DC Superhero Girls, the first one, not this one. Likewise, Platinum is the female in Metal Men. Well, because Magnus made Platinum to replace his dead wife, Tina. They do tie that into this movie, that she's kind of a surrogate replacement. Obi-Wan, Anakin, your father is evil. From my point of view, the Jedi are evil. Well, then you are lost. Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, Gods and Monsters, much better redemption story. I love seeing an anti-hero Superman becoming a good guy, and seeing, of course, all these Elseworlds portrayals of some classic DC characters. Very fun, very creative. It is a movie very much for the hardcore DC fans, because some of these references might fly over your head. Like, what's his name? I'm trying to remember what his name was now. Now I can't remember. Oh, Dr. Savannah. Yeah, Dr. Savannah's in this movie. Bumblebee's in this movie. A lot of famous DC names pop up in this film. Lois Lane is kind of this Karen reporter. And we do see Darkseid getting betrayed by Highfather. That actually kind of made me laugh because of how opposite it was. Yeah, Darkseid gets killed in this movie very early on. So Gods and Monsters was pretty fun. I'm kind of disappointed it never got a sequel or evolved into a franchise. It got a whole bunch of short flicks. All of them are very good too, but highly recommend it. It is an A-tier movie. Might not bump off these S-tier classics, but it is good. It is like a 9 out of 10 movie. It's a fun Elseworlds that explores redemption and an evil Superman who doesn't want to be evil, which is why I like it a lot more than Red Sun. So it might be the top of A-tier. It is definitely a God Among Us. Okay, seeing how many people are left with me. Alright. Let's do All-Star Superman. Superman is dying! Only in this one-shot story, because don't worry, he's still marketable. Alright, All-Star Superman. My friend Emily really loves this film, but to me, I might put it on B. Yeah, I know I'm gonna probably disappoint a lot of people, but what bothers me is the middle of this movie gets very slow. Alright, All-Star Superman. Superman is dying. Yeah, Superman is actually decaying. He's got like Kryptonian cancer or something. Superman is dying, and basically he has to fulfill his bucket list. Superman's doing all the things he wants to accomplish before death, and this is what this movie's all about. We see Superman making peace with everyone he's ever known in life, finishing off villains, finishing off life goals, and basically going out in one last blaze of glory fighting this giant killer eyeball thing. James Denton played Superman. Like, is the Metal Man a DC version of the homunculi from Full Metal Alchemist? And not quite. The homunculi are evil and full of sins. The Metal Men feel more like Power Ranger type of characters. They're good Power Rangers in the regular DC stuff, but in Gods and Monsters, they're very, very much the Psycho Rangers. Alright, All-Star Superman, I'm gonna level with you. I found it fine. It's not one of my favorite DC movies. I think the problem is it's kind of slow, it meanders, and there's way too many subplots. One of my least favorite is Superman fighting Atlas and the other Greek god guy. He gives Lois Lane part of his superpowers to show her what it's like to be a superhero. Lois Lane gets like this superpower injection, and she gets to experience what life is like being a superhuman. They go to like this bar full of gods and magical entities, and this part of the plot really dragged on for me. Superman gets into like a pissing contest with these bros like Atlas and Apollo, I believe. He's like fighting like Greek gods and Roman gods and something, and it kind of meandered for a bit. I do like Lex Luthor in this. Hudson voices Lex Luthor, Hudson from Gargoyles, and you can really tell. I do like this Lex Luthor, and Parasite is very creepy. He looks like very otherworldly and like a Yu-Gi-Oh monster. He sucks out like some of the Kryptonian powers from Superman and goes on a rampage, and we do get this fun team up between Clark Kent and Lex Luthor. They're running through the prison and fighting Parasite. That was pretty awesome. Because Platinum acts like Lust from Full Metal Alchemist and she's sexy. Well, you could be hot and not fully evil, you know, Akira. I remember DC Comics makes Lois Lane with elastic powers in the Silver Age. Okay, so Linda Cardellini is also in this. Yeah, Velma from the James Gunn Scooby-Doo movies. Linda Cardellini plays Alexis Luthor. She's like a female niece of Lex Luthor and helping him commit his latest scheme to destroy Superman. Yeah, Linda Cardellini breaks Luthor out of prison to hatch another scheme to destroy the Man of Steel. I do like, trying to remember his name, Alan Arkin or something. Yeah, he the guy who played Hudson from Gargoyles plays Lex Luthor, and I think he did a really good job. I liked his take on an elderly Lex Luthor who's still really kick-ass and really dangerous. Superman gets into a lot of side quests in this movie, basically. He meets this Kryptonian couple. They're kind of stand-ins for Zod and Ursa. They try to take over the world, but they find out they're also dying. They're limited by their powers. They're kind of elitist Kryptonians, and a lot of side quest type of stories occur in this movie. That's my big problem with it. It's very clunky. A lot of stuff meanders on too long, and most of the subplots I did not care for. I did not care for the elitist couple. The fight with the Greek and Roman gods kind of dragged on for too long. I do like Luthor and Clark escaping prison together. That one was actually fun. Luthor and Linda Cardellini, I believe she's female, Alexis or Lena Luthor or something. They try to take over Metropolis only to fail. And in the grand finale, Superman fights this giant cosmic Lovecraftian eye voiced by Robin Atkin Downes. I think his name was Solaris. This thing is going to appear in the James Gunn movie, so remember that. He fights this giant radioactive eyeball monster that's shooting up Metropolis, and Superman goes out in a blaze of glory, taking out this evil cosmic eyeball monster, and we're led to believe he's dead, but they leave the window kind of open that Superman might be back. Alexis Luthor from the second incarnation of the Superhero Girls. Okay, is that her? Nesthalia Luthor. Anthony LaPaglia. Yeah, like who names a woman Nesthalia? Solaris, that was his name. Pronounced Solaris, yeah. Yeah, Robin Atkin Downes plays Solaris, this giant cosmic eyeball monster. It looks like that eye monster from that Powerpuff Girls, the main event. It's very funny. I'm not sure how he speaks without a mouth, but yeah. Superman takes this giant eyeball out and basically brought peace on Earth. Luthor retires from crime. He foils all the villains, makes peace with everyone, crosses off his entire bucket list, and they leave the window kind of open that he might not be dead, because of course he's not. But this movie, I think it's fine. Like, it's not one of my all-time favorite Superman movies. The comic is much better, and I think flows a lot better. The movie, a bit clunky, a bit all over the place, and I cannot see a whole lot of people putting this in their top 10 favorite Superman movies. It's fine. It's an okay movie. It's like Silver Skull territory from us. It's definitely not god-awful and has a lot of heartwarming Superman moments, but not all that grand a story, especially for a story about Superman dying. Also, happy birthday to Linda Cardellini recently. Yeah, I heard she had her birthday, and she's going to be playing Jason's mother, Pamela Voorhees, in that reboot show. Yeah, All-Star Superman, it's a B tier. Alright, next let's do one of the more recent one, The Legion of Superheroes. This is not a Superman movie, it is a Supergirl movie. And believe it or not, I actually might put this one onto A tier. Yes, it finally happened. We finally got a good Supergirl movie. Legion of Superheroes, I was kind of surprised at how good it was. This is one of the Tomorrowverse movies, and surprisingly one that focuses on Supergirl. Once again, we get a reintroduction to Supergirl. She's on Earth trying to find her way. She gets a little too carried away beating up Solomon Grundy, and Clark finally decides to step in and be a parent to her by forcing her to go to a superhero school in the future. Yep, we meet the Legion of Superheroes. If you don't know, these are characters Superman frequently teams up with, and he had his own cartoon show where he worked with them. The Legion of Superheroes is a superhero team, an academy that teaches the younger generation of heroes how to become competent warriors protecting the Earth. And of course, Supergirl is sent to the future to be trained properly at the Superhero Academy, where she uncovers a mystery and conspiracy happening along the way. There is kind of, once again, another rom-com kind of vibe. Supergirl gets involved in a love triangle with this evil bad boy Superman and Brainiac 5. Yep, Brainiac 5 comes back in this movie and once again is Kara's love interest. This is a total reference to the Justice League Unlimited episode where they went into the future and fought the Fatal Five. We find out that somebody is assassinating the superheroes at the Academy, and Supergirl tries to work with these new generation of heroes to solve the mystery, Willis almost dying and encountering a lot of crazy-ass hijinks along the way. It is a total Supergirl and Brainiac rom-com movie. Brainiac 5 is the prime suspect because, you know, he's related to Brainiac. Brainiac 5 is actually a good guy. He's an insufferable know-it-all type of genius, and he and Kara at first don't like each other. Then throughout the movie, they of course fall in love. Yeah, of course, they hook up by the end of the movie. Linda Cardellini played Laura Barton in Age of Ultron, and Ollie Warner in the Twilight Zone episode The Path. Like Brainiac 5, like how many Brainiacs are there? This does kind of address that. Is this a DCAU movie or a DC soap opera? Yeah, it kind of fell into the soap opera trap as it went on. Alright, so I really liked Supergirl in this movie. We get to see Kara actually show she is a competent hero. She is trying to break out of her cousin's shadow, trying to show that she can be a superhero. Kara has anger issues and trust issues, and working with Brainiac 5 sort of helps her come out of her shell, helps her mellow out, helps her mature into a better hero. We find out that the twist villain is actually Brainiac 1. Yep, Brainiac 1 is alive, and they do explain how there's a Brainiac 5, because Brainiac 1 has built several copies of himself and adapted. He's trying to steal the database from the Legion of Superheroes and is working with the bad boy Superman student. Yeah, Brainiac 5 is actually a Manchurian agent he was using all along, and he wants to absorb him like he did all the other Brainiacs. Brainiac 2, 3, and 4 are a part of him, and Brainiac has been rebooting himself ever since his death in the Justice Society movie. Yeah, if you don't remember it, don't worry, they remind you all throughout this. Brainiac 1 is the twist villain, which honestly, you can kind of see coming a mile away because we haven't met any other villains in this timeline. Brainiac 1 is rebuilding himself, and he needs Brainiac 5 to finish his great superior body, and Supergirl finally sees good in Brainiac 5. They work together to foil him, and there's this really gruesome, morbid scene where they trick the Brainiac clones fused with one into fighting each other, and they rip their body apart. It is very graphic and horrifying, and I kind of love how out of nowhere dark it went. My mistake, it was Lena Luthor from the Superhero Girls, the second one, not Alexis. Okay, Luthor has like a big-ass family by this point. Could Wolf do My Hero Academia characters tier list? I'll have to ask Wolf about that. He might, but it'll take some convincing. Alright, so not too much to say. It is pretty much a Supergirl adventure, kind of a dumb fun filler movie, but I really liked it, and especially after that god-awful Green Lantern Beware My Power movie, it is a breath of fresh air. They actually tried with this one. They're actually having fun. Supergirl undergoes a lot of maturing and character growth, which made me warm up to her a lot more than the Helen Slater version. And Brainiac 5 actually becomes a very likable character. He's also kind of this loser outcast who lightens up, and their relationship gets a lot more development in here than it did on the Justice League Unlimited episode, so I will actually put this one on A tier. It is an awesome watch. Definitely recommend it, and we can finally say that we had a good Supergirl movie. Alright, speaking of which, let's do Superman Unbound, aka the Brainiac movie. Superman Unbound going on to A tier also. I might put it under Red Sun though. This is Superman versus Brainiac, the OG Brainiac 1. Brainiac voiced by John Noble, who is so awesome in this movie. If you're a fan of Brainiac, then you will absolutely love this film. Basically, we're introduced to Superman's greatest arch-nemesis, Brainiac. This evil, hyper-intelligent computer android who comes to planets to take all the information and then destroy the planets. We find out Brainiac captures several small cities from every planet, including the miniature city of Kandor. He uses a shrink ray to shrink a single city and keep it in a glass jar like a pet. And then he takes all the information and intel and knowledge from a planet he explores, then destroys the planet so he doesn't have to worry about copying new information. Yeah, this guy is kind of insane and psychotic. Yeah, Wolf could probably do My Hero Academia. I'll talk to him about it, but don't expect an immediate yes. Alright, so Superman Unbound, it is a total Brainiac movie. John Noble, he voiced Scarecrow on the Arkham Knight and plays Unicron on Transformers Prime. Does a magnificent job playing Brainiac. I actually liked him more than Jeffrey Combs as Brainiac. If You're a fan of Brainiac, you will love how this movie portrays him. He is creepy, cold, calculating, and a force to reckon with. Brainiac is so scary that he gave Supergirl PTSD. Supergirl witnessed Brainiac invade cities before and is suffering from PTSD because it's happening again. Brainiac finally stumbles upon Earth, unleashes his cool kick-ass Terminators to basically kill a whole bunch of people and download information straight out of their brains by piercing them. Kind of like Krampus from 2015 with its ending. Yeah, kind of. He like shrinks down entire cities and puts them in bottles. This includes the iconic city Kandor. Kandor was saved by Superman, and this is the story where he saves them. So Superman, I kind of forget Supergirl is even in this movie. She's important for the first act, but she gets shrinking down. Brainiac takes Metropolis, because of course he does. Supergirl is shrunken down. Superman at first loses to Brainiac, is trapped in the city of Kandor, because Brainiac realizes that he got new information out of Kal-El, so he dumps him in Kandor, where Superman meets Kara's parents and learns about who Brainiac is. Brainiac is portrayed as a total nightmarish boogeyman in this, and I really love it. This is the Brainiac movie for sure, because he's cool, he's threatening, he is definitely a worthy boss fight. Unfortunately, the Superman and Supergirl subplots are kind of weak. They're very generic, don't do anything super impressive or super deep. Basically, facing their monster, conquering their fear, and fighting against a monster who has all odds stacked against them. That kind of storytelling. A pretty fine story nonetheless, but nothing super special, which is why it's not on S tier. Though I do love how Superman beats Brainiac. Of course, Superman breaks out of Kandor, unshrinks himself, manages to save all the shrunken cities Brainiac has captured, has a fight with the evil android, which eventually lands them on Earth, and through a very unique and creative way, Superman defeats Brainiac with a logic bomb. He shows Brainiac that information is not as simple as his computer can process. The world is overly complex. He discovers microorganisms all over the place. He hears all the cries of people across the globe, and it's too much for Brainiac's systems to handle. He low-key logic bombs Brainiac, and he malfunctions and falls apart. Brainiac can't process all this intel, and it reveals why he was on his giant command ship this entire movie, because he is not as advanced as he seems. He can't handle too much information, basically. He overloads the computer, and Brainiac blows up and dies. Except in the twist ending, we see Brainiac still functions, like his microchip is going off Avengix style, and implying he'll be back for a sequel, but we never got one. Superman saves Supergirl, saves all these cities, returns them to their home, or keeps them safe in the Fortress of Solitude, and they defeat Brainiac. Very basic villain-hero fighting movie. I think it's fine. It's pretty awesome. Brainiac is definitely the MVP of this film, which is why it's going up on A tier. It's a standard Superman adventure, but an ultra fun one. If you're a fan of Brainiac, this movie absolutely does him justice. So basically like Clue from Tron Legacy. Yeah, kind of. Oh, Frances Conroy was Martha Kent. I know she played Velma's mom in Mystery Incorporated. Matt Domer plays Superman. Yeah, Superman's voice is kind of generic in this one. Like why Brainiac wanted to keep the cities in bottles, like why he wants to do that. This is because, Akira, Brainiac takes a city from a planet because he blows up the planet. That way he has bragging rights that he has the last remaining piece of this exterminated planet. A planet that was exterminated by him, mind you, but he, keeps them as pets. He watches them, studies them, and keeps them as kind of trophies in a display case. Sorry. Catch up on comments and drinking water. Also, Henry Parrish was in Sleepy Hollow. Yeah, Stana Katic, she played Lois Lane. She did fine too, but I liked her more as Talia al Ghul. Yeah, she was Wonder Woman in the Tomorrowverse. And Glinda and Tom and Jerry in The Wizard of Oz. Oh, don't remind me of that one. Okay, Superman Unbound, pretty standard Superman story, but a very fun one. It's definitely a dumb fun Superman flick. It's going on to A because Brainiac is totally a badass in this one. I'll put it high up, but Red Sun and Gods and Monsters are still superior. Alright, so let's bump off our last Tomorrowverse movie, Superman, Man of Tomorrow. Okay, so Man of Tomorrow, honestly not too bad, but I will be putting it onto B. Yep, this is the reset, new timeline, the Tomorrowverse, starting us off with Superman, Man of Tomorrow, and it's fine. Yeah, it's fine. I know a lot of people really love this one because basically Superman's back to his roots. It's another Superman origin story. This time, Superman fights Parasite, along with setting up a whole ton of sequel bait for the Tomorrowverse, which will not have a satisfying payoff. So, once again, Superman's trying to find himself. We see Clark's origin. Clark is having an identity crisis in this movie. He's afraid of his alien heritage and afraid people are going to reject him if they know Superman is not human. While this is happening, we see the origin of Parasite. Parasite goes from this custodian working at LexCorp to getting mutated into a monster himself and going on a rampage. Parasite is more or less a primal, vicious monster in this movie, and Superman undergoes a lot of trials and tribulations to defeat it. While this is happening, we also get an introduction to the New Age Lex Luthor, Lois Lane. I do not like how Lois Lane looks in this movie. Lois Lane looks like Chloe Price. They gave her the side-shaved haircut, made her look like a feminist activist stereotype. It is not a good look for her at all. Zachary Quinto plays Lex Luthor, and he's not too bad, honestly, but Luthor doesn't do anything until the final act of this movie where, surprise, Luthor was the twist villain. Yeah, were any of you surprised by that? Luthor was the bad guy all along. Luthor was the one who caused Parasite's mutation in the first place and was trying to tame him and get him under control. Also, Lobo and Martian Manhunter are in this movie to set up a bigger universe. Yeah, Lobo shows up, he's hunting Superman down, kind of like in the animated series, but we do not meet the Preserver at all, and they kind of anticlimactically resolve it, and Lobo and Superman become bros by the end, fighting Parasite. And we also get the Martian Manhunter's origin. The Martian Manhunter relates with Clark because they're both aliens and outcasts who don't fit in, and Martian Manhunter undergoes his hero's journey, becoming a scared, lost person into the badass superhero Martian Manhunter we all know and love, and the three of these guys kind of unite. They're all outsider aliens, and they unite to defeat the Parasite. I like how Parasite is drawn in this movie. Very creepy, old-fashioned monster fights, but Man of Tomorrow is nothing special. It is a basic introduction to Superman all over again, but also setting up all these subplots for the Tomorrowverse, and if you watch the Tomorrowverse like me, you know a lot of them are not gonna pay off. Parasite like a pink Mesogog. Speaking of Tron, what do you think of the upcoming Tron Ares? I do think it's kind of too late for a Tron sequel. They should have struck when the iron was hot with Tron Legacy, but they didn't. But I'll give it a watch. Tron Ares sounds cool, but Jared Leto being in it is not giving me any hope. Also, Martian Manhunter, played by Ike Amati. The actor of Shao Kahn and Jax in Mortal Kombat. Oh, really? Okay. Alexandria Daddario played Lois Lane. She's actually a good actress, but her Lois Lane is nothing special. Also, she played Joy in Wildflower and Lisa Wellesley in Law & Order. Ryan Hurst played Lobo. I know who Ryan Hurst is. He's Beta in The Walking Dead, and Chick, the crazy homeless guy from Bates Motel. Hi, Kat. I had to leave for a bit. What did I miss? We're clearing off the Tomorrowverse, Man of Tomorrow. I thought this movie was fine. It's nothing special. It's, once again, beating the regular drum of all the Superman cliches. Superman doesn't fit in. He learns to fit in, meets all these colorful characters, finds his place on Earth as the great superhero, Superman, and they defeat Parasite. Parasite is kind of a tragic villain because in this version he didn't want to be evil. He lost his mind. Superman tried to save him, but he ends up dying. Parasite is killed, and Superman, Martian Manhunter, and Lobo, I guess, are gonna start a Justice League, which will become a lot messier as the Tomorrowverse goes on. Honestly, this movie was not bad by any stretch of the imagination, but isn't all that worth talking about, and based on how bad the Tomorrowverse has gotten, it is not a must-watch movie anymore. I'll put it on B. I thought it was fine. Also played Jedediah and Rango. Nobody gonna tango with the Rango. Axe Cop in the Chupacabra. And Thor in God of War Ragnarok. Okay, Man of Tomorrow, it's okay, but unfortunately the Tomorrowverse has not panned out very well, so it's now a tragic reminder of what could have been. Alright, got a lot of great movies still left. I guess we'll do The Death of Superman. Yep, Doomsday is back again, and this time we do a comic-accurate Death of Superman, but set in the New 52 universe. Okay, so, actually we'll put this one high up on A. Yep, The Death of Superman, once again, Doomsday crash lands, and we do see him in that dumbass environmental suit before he turns into the Crystal Monster. So yeah, we get a movie that focuses on Superman, and after how badly the New 52 movies have been, this was definitely a surprising breath of fresh air. So, one of the problems with the New 52 animated movies is they did not do that good a job exploring the Justice League themselves as characters, so they tried to fix that by giving the trio their own solo movies. Batman had Batman Hush, which fully redeemed him. Wonder Woman had Wonder Woman Bloodlines, which was meh. And Superman had The Death of Superman, which focused on Clark and Lois Lane's relationship and Superman understanding who he is and his place in this universe. So, Superman has relationship problems, he broke up with Wonder Woman, and reignites things with his old flame Lois Lane. Jerry O'Connell plays Superman, and his real-life wife, Rebecca Romijn, that's right, Mystique, the hottest Mystique, plays Lois Lane in this movie, and it is a Superman and Lois romantic tragedy as they finally hook up and become a couple, only for Doomsday to show up, go on a rampage, punk kill the Justice League, and Superman dies fighting Doomsday. The Tomorrowverse was interesting at first, but not much to enjoy. Yeah, Crisis on Infinite Earths kind of killed it. There were signs there that it was going down the rabbit hole, but the first one, not a bad start, basically, but the following movies did not make the Tomorrowverse impressive. But The Death of Superman, this was actually a step in the right direction. The New 52 movies were actually starting to redeem themselves, and it helped with this movie. It is basically Superman makes amends with everyone, returns to Metropolis, returns down to Earth, and eventually dies saving the world from Doomsday. Doomsday is a lot more comic accurate. We do see a lot of setups for future stuff. Lex Luthor gets a surprisingly amount of character depth and development in this. And it ends, as you can predict, with Superman killing Doomsday, but at the cost of his own life. Superman dies just when he was starting to get his life on track. However, the story did not end there. This movie I actually found really nice. This one is pretty awesome, and Way better than the Doomsday movie by far because it was actually accurate to the comic book. Doomsday is scary, Superman is very much likable, and I think Jerry O'Connell really proved himself worthy of being the Cape in this movie. Unfortunately, it did have a part 2 which carried on the story. This was a part 1 leading into the second one, The Reign of the Supermen. Sorry, catch up on comments. Yeah, we get the follow-up, Reign of the Supermen, and this one might be our first C-tier movie. Reign of the Superman is the direct sequel to The Death of Superman and technically the part 2 of the story. After Superman dies, Metropolis needed a new hero, so we get a whole bunch of Superman wannabes, clones, and knockoffs trying to take the Man of Steel's place as the hero, and oh boy, this one was kinda messy. Now, it's not the worst thing I've ever seen, it's like right smack in the middle, but this one was really clunky, confusing, and bloated with way too many characters. We meet a whole bunch of Superman replacements, i.e. a lot of the side characters of Superman comics are in this movie. Cameron Monaghan plays Superboy. Yep, Connor Kent is made in this movie, and unfortunately they tried to make him comic accurate, so we get the bad boy with the leather jackets, and he's a lot more snarky, crude, he's got an attitude, kind of a Raphael version of Superboy. We meet Superboy, we meet Shaquille O'Neal Steel. Yeah, we brought back Irons as Steel. Steel is back, a lot more comic accurate, and they actually sold toys of this guy in some of the DVDs. Steel comes in, we meet Cyborg Superman, who is unsurprisingly the twist villain, and even Lex Luthor gets in on the action. I was kind of confused on what they're trying to do with Luthor in this movie because it seems like Luthor is going to be the main villain, but no, he's not. It's Cyborg Superman. Who is Cyborg Superman? Well, get this. He's this crazy-ass fanboy who died in the death of Superman, who hero worshipped the ground Superman walked on, but then he was hoping Superman would save his life and ended up dying in a fatal NASA accident, only to reveal that he survived and was rebuilt by Darkseid. Yeah, we're trying to tie in the larger, epic, grand scale New 52 finale into this movie. Darkseid is back, voiced now by Tony Todd, and he rebuilt this dead astronaut guy into Cyborg Superman so he could replace Kal-El and be the hero of Metropolis, but secretly activating a Mother Box portal to allow Apocalypse to invade the Earth, this time more successfully, after they failed back in Justice League War. Yeah, are you confused yet? It is tying in a whole bunch of other movies into this film, and it is kind of sloppy. It is a middle chapter in this long story arc the New 52 movies are trying to hatch, and it does not bode very well. It does not flow all that well. There's way too many subplots, way too many characters. We meet, like, a whole bunch of new Supermen. Surprise, Clark Kent is not dead. He was brought back and turned into that long-haired 80s Superman. Superman, the one who died, is actually still alive. He's revived by his robots. Lois Lane uncovers the mystery. Lex Luthor weirdly undergoes a redemption arc despite being evil as hell in the first half of this movie. And Cyborg Superman is revealed to be this knockoff Syndrome type of villain who projected a lot of his issues onto the Man of Steel, and yeah, his turn to villainy does not make much sense. Wait, Steel is a DC property? Yes, he is. This is better than Dawn of Justice. It is by far because it was a lot more competent, but still not very good. Sadly, still falls under unnecessary Jesus symbolism, but well, at least it's not as bad as the Snyderverse. Yeah, it's not. Yeah, Shaquille O'Neal's Steel is in this, and it is a DC property. Steel is actually a part of the Superman family. Basically, he's a guy in an iron suit, a literal man of steel, and he wanted to become the new Superman after Clark died. Personally, I believe they should have retconned Superboy's origin to be the son of Lois Lane instead of Luthor and Superman, but it's just a nitpick. Yeah, I can see that. Cameron Monaghan plays Superboy. Pretty funny that he was filming this the same time he was Jerome on Gotham. We got Steel on the DC AMU. Cress Williams plays Steel. Yeah, he's Black Lightning from the CW. Kind of a step up for him, honestly. Actually, that's actually how it happened in the comics, but it was his origin was Fantastic Four gone horribly wrong, with only him surviving instead of his family. Yeah, that I know that was his origin, but kind of dumb that he projects this onto Superman, and it's not as fleshed out as it was in the comic book. And the line in Eyes of Wakanda. So, yeah, Darkseid's going to invade, but haha, Cyborg Superman betrays him. Yeah, Cyborg Superman closes the Apocalypse portals and uses the army for himself to destroy Metropolis and Superman. Yeah, Cyborg Superman is the endgame villain in this movie. He tries to murder his former hero, Superman, for betraying him and failing to save him when really it was his own stupidity and incompetence. But yeah, Cyborg Superman fights him, and again, out of character, Superman murders Cyborg Superman. Yeah, Superman murdering the villains feels very out of character, I'm not gonna lie, but yeah, Cyborg Superman is impaled by like this crystal thing, and he saves the day, and Luthor turns into a good guy, even though he's also a murdering sociopath. But yeah, Luthor becomes a member of the Justice League. Clark Kent is back. He thanks all the Supermen for helping him, and Metropolis is restored to order, and we end on a twist ending of Lex Luthor becoming a new member of the Justice League. Something that will only be mentioned in Batman Hush, and then brought up again in the stupid Apocalypse War. This movie kind of bloated, messy, clunky, too many characters all over the place, but not the worst thing I've ever seen. I do like a lot of these characters. Seeing Cyborg Superman finally kick ass is definitely pretty fun and satisfying. Lois Lane is the most developed character in this. They do get Superman's revival right, which I do hate to admit, but yeah, that was comic accurate. I like Cameron Monaghan as Superboy, who is pretty funny. Steel's origin is a lot better here than in Shaquille O'Neal's movie, that's for sure. But the tie-ins to the larger New 52 verse, it's just sloppy. So it's going on to see. Definitely an okay movie, and not the worst Superman movie we've ever seen, but it's pretty meh. It's a bronze skull, or bronze icon, I should say. We'll put it right smack in the middle. Alright, final three. That the right Goosebumps actress played Mercy Graves. Oh, Erica Luttrell. Okay. Keisha from the Magic School Bus. She was Mercy Graves. Okay, I didn't know that. I heard that the Steel movie was so bad it was the one of the many reasons early 2000s movies became so edgy and depressing. Yeah, that is true. Because the superhero movie genre almost died. Yeah, Steel almost killed it. Thank goodness for Blade. Alright, final three. What do you guys want to see next? I'm going to take another bathroom break. Hopefully our last one. We're on the last three, so cast your vote on what you want to see next. I'll be right back. Alright, Cat's back. Super Cat is back. The second one, I want Superman, Batman, Public Enemies. Alright, let's do Superman and Batman, Public Enemies. And I really love this movie. It's going on to S tier. Yep, I love it more than World's Finest. I know, blasphemy, but it has my all-time favorite super family crush, Power Girl. Really love Power Girl. Yeah, I know she's voiced by Allison Mack, which is why it loses out to Christopher Reeve, but Power Girl is easily my super crush. Really liked her. Well, next to Zatanna and Catwoman, of course. Power Girl's the reason I bought this movie, but Kevin Conroy and Tim Daly, they are legends. Yeah, once again, we get the classic Batman and Superman voices fighting Clancy Brown's Lex Luthor. Superman and Batman Public Enemies, it is awesome. This movie is fun, kick-ass, adventurous, and a huge love letter to fans of the DC animated universe. So, Lex Luthor becomes President of the United States, and he frames Superman for assassinating one of his friends, Metallo. It turns out Luthor is gaslighting Superman, of course, for another crazy-ass scheme to discredit the Man of Steel. It turns out there's a comet made of kryptonite heading towards the Earth, and it will destroy us all upon impact, and Luthor tries to gaslight Superman and frame him as a public enemy. Superman is framed for assassinating Metallo, and Luthor declared him an enemy of the state, claiming that the kryptonite meteor is affecting his mind. Batman steps in and tries to help his bro Superman. It is low-key a sequel to World's Finest. Yeah, they do use different animation, but come on, it is so connected. Batman steps in and tries to help Superman clear his name, but they're both framed as criminals, causing them to become public enemies. And Superman and Batman have to fight the entire world of DC as Luthor places a $1 million bounty on their heads, and every supervillain and superhero is trying to capture the Dark Knight and Man of Steel, dead or alive, leading to a great mass conspiracy, political turmoil, secret warfare, and a badass superhero action movie where they try to expose President Luthor as evil while under a countdown as this kryptonite meteor is gonna strike the Earth at any day. Looks so cool. It have Starfire. Yeah, Starfire's in this one. I want Public Enemies. Okay. At this rate of this, if Lex keeps this up with these schemes, Eddie from Cartoon Network series would get jealous. Last time I saw the movie was, I believe, as old as a Japanese Toy Man, but was 4 when the movie came out. Yeah, the Japanese Toy Man is in this, and don't worry, he's a good guy. Toy Man is a legacy character, but we meet the Japanese teenage kid, Toy Man. So, this meteor is gonna smash and kill us all. Batman and Superman team up to expose President Luthor as evil, clear Clark's name, and also save the world from a devastating death. So, no pressure. It is a fun adventure movie. I love seeing all the DC villains hunting them down. They get into conflict with Luthor's government-funded Justice League. Power Girl, hot as fuck. She is definitely the greatest Supergirl we ever had. Power Girl, easily my favorite DC waifu, next to Catwoman and Zatanna. Yeah, Power Girl's the reason I got this movie. Power Girl is implied to be Supergirl, and that's why the film keeps treating her as important. It's Kara grown up, and she and Superman get at odds with each other, but she realizes her cousin is innocent because she has a family loyalty to him. Power Girl helps clear their names. They realize Superman was framed. It was really this supervillain named Major Force who murdered Metallo. They clear Clark's name, expose Luthor as evil, and it turns out that Luthor's plan to destroy the kryptonite meteor is a complete fail. He tries to destroy the kryptonite meteor with their nuclear missiles, but the missiles do not do the job. They don't save the world, and Luthor goes completely nuts and decides to let the meteor kill everyone because he can't stand living in a world where Superman is right. Luthor has been like juicing up on kryptonite steroids, and Clancy Brown is full-blown insane, and I really love him in this role. Luthor loses his mind, completely gives up on saving the world, and believes that he'll be able to survive the meteor impact and rebuild a new world order from the ashes of the old, thanks to juicing up on kryptonite steroids. And Luthor tries to foil Batman and Superman's attempts at saving the Earth. Batman and Superman go to Japan where they meet Japanese Toyman, who, of course, built a giant rocket which can help them destroy the kryptonite meteor and get them close to it. But Luthor gets his creepy iron suit and fights them in a battle to the death, leading to a good old-fashioned Batman and Superman team-up saving the world. And yeah, it is awesome. Superman gives Luthor the ultimate fight we've seen since the Justice League Unlimited. Batman flies in the rocket ship, which is a composite Superman kind of looking toy. He flies it up, destroys the kryptonite meteor. Luthor is completely deposed of. People do not like him anymore, and he's ousted as a complete psychopath. And of course, they clear their names. Batman and Superman are true badass heroes, and really love it. It is an S-tier movie. It is fun. It kicks ass. It is a total tribute to the Justice League Unlimited show. Kind of borrows a lot from the Cadmus arc, but that's what I really like about it. Love Superman, love Batman, really love Power Girl. Clancy Brown is easily his most entertaining Luthor in this, and it's just a really dumb fun time. I think it is one of the best original movies. I know Under the Red Hood is better story-wise, but Batman and Superman play off each other wonderfully in this movie. It is one of my favorite Superman flicks by far. Wow, you want another helping, or are you just full of yourself, Lex? Sorry, catch up on comments. Like, why Toyman looked like Slappy? He had kind of Yugi Moto hair. Nightwing times Starfire forever. Yeah, weirdly Dick didn't come to help them. What is the next tier list, and when will it be on? Possibly Tuesday. Maybe tomorrow, depending on how I feel. Looks so cool to have Starfire at this rate. Alright, read that one. Agree, Kat. I too have my own personal waifus, of which you know some of them. Yeah, good taste, Christopher. Power Girl is total waifu material. I actually got a miniature figurine of Power Girl. She's decorating my room. Nothing too fancy, though. Just a very small, like a minifigure bust kind of look. Power Girl is pretty hot. Ricardo Caveira played Major Force. He was actually pretty good for the lines he had. I'm guessing this happens before Nightwing introduced her to her adopted dad or future father-in-law. Yeah, Starfire does not know who Batman is at this point. Was Primo, Ignacio, and Primos. Nobody watched Primos. And Sam and Piranha 3D. And Alejandro Borges and Dead Space Aftermath. Okay, so Public Enemies, I actually recommend this one. Now, it is not a totally life-changing DC movie, but it's a rockin' fun time with the DC icons in a political thriller type of action movie. It's fun, it's campy, it's over the top, and it is a love letter to people who love Justice League Unlimited. That is why it's going on to S tier. I love Justice League / Justice League Unlimited, so a tribute movie to it definitely makes it so worthwhile. 1,000 out of 10 to me. This one going on to S tier. Might review it in the future, but we'll see. Unfortunately, I cannot say the same about the sequel, Superman and Batman Apocalypse. I'm probably gonna get some flack for this one, but I was not too keen on Apocalypse. This one I'm gonna put onto C. Better than the Reign of Superman for sure, but not by much. So, this is the pseudo-sequel to Public Enemies, but also kind of an original standalone movie. Batman and Superman meet Supergirl. And the entire movie is basically deciding what to do with Supergirl. It's a big, like, Supergirl custody battle type of movie. Like, Batman tries to raise Supergirl, Clark tries to raise Supergirl, and even Wonder Woman comes in to raise Supergirl. They got Susan Eisenberg back as Wonder Woman. This is technically a sequel to Public Enemies, but the animation is vastly different. Okay, I love Supergirl, I do. Summer Glau Cameron from the Sarah Connor Chronicles plays Kara, and she honestly does a pretty good job. She's not too bad. I liked her sassy, spunky, kind of bratty teenage daughter, Kara. Kara is trying to find herself. She crash lands on Earth. Yes, she is totally naked, so there's your reason for watching the movie. Kara's naked, but Superman finds her, Batman finds her, and they both basically raise her, and basically, it's the who's the better parent for Kara movie. A lot of focus on Supergirl, and I love Supergirl, I do, but man, does this one feel very messy and clunky at times. It is kind of a slow film, even though it's only like an hour and 10 minutes long. A whole bunch of DC characters try to raise Kara right, and eventually she lands in the hands of Darkseid. Yeah, Darkseid manages to get Kara and turn her into a female Fury, and basically it's Kara's morality struggle. She doesn't like Superman telling her what to do and finds out who her real loving family is, and a whole bunch of other stuff happens on the sidelines. The part people do love outside of naked Supergirl is Darkseid shows up at the Kent farm on Smallville, and we get all those funny, meme-worthy shots everybody posts online, where he grabs Superman by the cape, Darkseid sitting in the house, and a lot of weird jump scares with Darkseid. I love Darkseid, but this movie, he did not belong in this film. Basically, they fight over Supergirl, who gets her. Darkseid wants her to be his female Fury and possibly his wife. Yeah, it gets very weird. And as you can tell, Supergirl turns good. She chooses Superman, and they both double-team Darkseid and fight him over Smallville. I honestly don't remember too much about this film, and I recall not being super impressed by it. This one's going, like, right smack in the middle. I thought it was its own movie. No, it's not. It's supposed to be connected to Batman, Superman, Public Enemies because it's got the Superman / Batman title in there. It was supposed to start a whole, like, franchise of these Superman Batman crossover team-up films, and this was unfortunately the one that killed it. I kind of like P.O. and the Chameleon from Poe and the Chameleon from Kung Fu Panda 4 with the custody battle for Zen. That was a lot better there. Unfortunately, Superman's version, not at all memorable. I remember watching the movie, didn't like the apocalypse half of the film. Yeah, it was kind of random and feels like a whole bunch of different movies morphed into one. Barf. I prefer Darkseid bitch slapping Superman in the DCAU. Yeah, that was definitely badass. So, my thoughts have not changed. I thought it was a pretty meh movie. Kind of bronze icon territory. It is not all that impressive, and I put it on to C. Public Enemies was way better. But finally, let's end things on the positive note of all positive notes. Superman versus the Elite. Finally, last one. This one going on to number 1. Yeah, I'm sorry, Christopher Reeves, but this is my all-time favorite Superman movie. I love Superman versus the Elite. This is an epic masterpiece for Superman. What is this movie about? Well, a new group of superheroes, dubbing themselves the Elite, make their way into Metropolis and on the scene and want to become protectors following in Superman's footsteps. However, the Elite are edgy anti-heroes who are perfectly okay with killing people. They are at first Superman fanboys and fangirls. They look up to the Man of Steel, worship him as their idol. However, the elite have their own way of doing things. Namely, they're not afraid to get their hands dirty and full-blown murder criminals. They play judge, jury, and executioner. They declare that criminals are a lost cause, and it is much more wiser to kill them and end your enemies rather than letting them live or go to jail to vow revenge. And this puts them at odds with Superman, because they declare that Superman's idealistic way of life is outdated. Truth, justice, and the American way is a bunch of nonsense in their eyes. People want results, they want criminals dead, they want people who get the job done. And that is what leads to Superman versus the Elite. And boy howdy, this movie is fantastic. I really love it. Superman versus the Elite did for Superman what Under the Red Hood does for Batman. They try to deconstruct Superman, but also reconstruct him by the end of the movie. They take apart why is it bad that Superman doesn't kill criminals? Should Superman be giving permanent solutions to these serious problems, i.e. ending bad guys, ending conflicts, using his strength to force his way onto people? And Superman tries to hold on to his values and basically undergoes the big question: is Superman's way of justice outdated? Is Superman a weak hero in our modern world? And man, it kicks ass. This movie is awesome. It raises important questions. It answers both of them. And what I love most is the Elite do have valid points. The Elite do raise good points. The Elites do point out the flaws in society. They do have a good idea here. However, Superman also has a good valid point. Superman's way of life is not outdated. He does show it is strong and essential in society, that the Elite and Superman both have valid arguments, and that's why I really like this movie. It is a morally gray Superman movie. Good. Dreams save us. Yeah, Superman's lines about dreams is awesome. The greatest speech ever. So basically a better version of the Flag Smasher, Terrace, and Falcon and the Winter Soldier. Oh yeah, by far. Because the Elite are clearly in the wrong and Superman calls them out on it. It's based on the comic What is Wrong with Truth, Justice, and the American Way. It's a Superman comic. Yeah, I know that. It is based on an actual comic story. Dreams lift us up and transform us into something better. Polly Perret is Lois Lane. The greatest movie will always be Man of Steel. Completely disagree. Superman vs. the Elite is awesome because it's a loving tribute to everything Superman. We see all the best and all the questionable moments of Superman on full display here. I love George Newborn as Superman. He was awesome on Justice League, and he's still awesome here. Robin Atkin Downes truly owns the role of Manchester Black. He's very charismatic, very sleazy, sassy, underhanded, but also a total cool badass. He is the traditional bad boy 90s edgelord anti-hero, which is what he was in the comic too. They do kind of give him an age lift, but I think it works here to show you how naive and like how smug and arrogant he really is. Yeah, Robin Atkin Downes as Manchester Black is easily one of the best characters in these Superman movies, and I do love, we do see his gradual descent from a noble, kind-hearted anti-hero into a full-blown villain. The Elite, although they raise valid points, it becomes clear that they're also unstable, emotional, power-hungry psychos. They at first go from trying to do good into basically being idiot bullies, forcing their way onto people. Although they raise a good argument, it's very clear They are not the noble beacon of hope that can guide society down a good and righteous path. The elites are at their core unstable edgelord kids who think they know better, and their way does not work. They murder like all the politicians of not Israel and not Iran, and basically declare like a political peacetime by murdering all the politicians despite leaving a power vacuum. They kill a whole bunch of supervillains. They rally all the people by their side because they're executing supervillains, some who deserve it like Atomic Skull, but as it goes on, they start murdering people left and right, some of who are just henchmen being forced to be evil, and it becomes very clear that these kids are not the noble icons they think they are, and I do like that. The elite are not proven wrong, but their methods are very extreme. The elites are wrong because they're no better than the criminals they fight. That is the reason why they're the bad guys, because despite raising valid arguments that some criminals do deserve to die and people do want results, people want you to cut out the cancer out of it. Like, yeah, he said that foreshadowing line. That's this, people don't want a band-aid, they want the cancer cut out of their head. And yeah, basically that kind of happens to Manchester Black at the end. They do have a valid argument, but they are not the people to force their methods onto society. That's kind of the reason why they're in the wrong. Question, imagine if they made the Superman movie with Nicolas Cage. Would it be a classic and okay film or a Golden Razzie film? I think we might have been in for something so bad it's good at least. I heard Tim Burton was going to direct it, but I'm kind of iffy on that. This movie is what should have happened in the Falcon and Winter Soldier show. Yeah, absolutely. You gotta do better, Senator. Also, I see George Newbern's actor is Hercules in Record of Ragnarok, and Frank Tennyson in Ben 10. He was also Sephiroth. Yeah, I'm getting to the best moment in this movie. Something similar happened with the Riddler in the new Batman movie. Yeah, he raised a valid point, but he's very clearly an unstable psychopath who's not in the right to do it. Yeah, if Nicolas Cage's Superman was made, I could imagine it being so bad it's good. Hopefully unironically good if it did have Tim Burton directing. Also Steve Trevor in The Throne of Atlantis. Also Harold Abbott in Saw 5. Kratos put it, we have to be better than this. Yeah, that is Superman's way. So I actually thought about reviewing this movie. I'm thinking about doing a crossover review with somebody on it, but we'll see if that does come of anything. But for now, really like it. We get to the best scene ever. Superman versus the Elite. Superman tries to talk to them. He tries to rationalize things and negotiate with them. He tries to prove that his methods do have value still. He tries to convince them to become good, but the Elite are having none of it. Leading to, of course, Superman versus the Elite. They have a big-ass fight on the moon, and as everyone who's watched this movie, we get to the best part. Superman goes nuts. The Elite pretty much full-blown try to murder Superman. They brutalize him, beat him up very severely, but they didn't actually kill him. Superman is alive, and he becomes evil. Yep, we get evil Superman, and George Newbern busts out his Sephiroth voice. And yeah, it is pretty hilarious that we hear Sephiroth's voice coming from evil Superman, and Superman finally buys what they've been selling. And Superman punk kills all the Elite members. He starts murdering them one by one, fights Manchester Black in Metropolis, goes nuts, starts causing the city-wide destruction, and melts out Manchester Black's superpower gland. Yeah, he uses his own words against him. He cut it out like a cancer, and Manchester Black is depowered, where Clark hilariously bitch slaps him into submission. He's about to kill Manchester Black, but reveals this was all a complete simulation. Yeah, Superman pretended he went insane. He didn't actually kill anyone. He made a simulation and made it seem like he turned evil. Why? Because he wanted to teach the elite and the world a valuable lesson. Yeah, really, that is the big twist, and I really like it. It's like such a Superman thing to do. It turns out nobody died, the elite are all still alive, but now they've all been depowered, and we get that badass speech where Superman tells you to not give up on your dreams. That we do good because we strive to be better. That I would rather achieve my dreams and make it a reality than give in to hatred, give in to the ugliness of being a human being, which is what the elite exactly did. That basically, Superman's way does hold value because it forges us into better people. And that is why I love this movie. It reconstructs Superman's ways and shows you the definition of what it means to be a hero. That we can be better, that we can do better, that we can strive for more, and that giving into our petty hatred and killing people, denying people redemption is a bad thing. That truth, justice, and the American way still holds value all this time later. Manchester Black is depowered and I believe thrown in jail to rot. He vows revenge, but Superman has won. He won a moral victory. He defeated the elite and he proved to the world that good and traditional justice is not dead, ending with him and Lois flying off into the sun, where he definitely got a happy ending. Yeah, Superman versus the Elite. It is a masterpiece. I love this movie. This is easily my favorite Superman movie ever. It is perfect. George Newborn's Superman is awesome. Manchester Black, played by Robin Atkin Downes, is a fun, charismatic villain. The storytelling is very deep and mature, especially for a DC movie, and it shows you why Superman is an iconic superhero. And I do love the great moral debate that goes on all throughout the movie because they do approach it very maturely, and nobody is 100% wrong in this movie. There are valid arguments from all sides, but at the end of the day, its lesson is we do good because we should be better. Looking forward to that review. Any hints to that special guest to review it with, Kat? Nobody too big. Yeah, we have to be better than this, basically. Oh, he's also in Saw 5. I didn't know that. Like, so cool. Like, why can't Ladybug do that to Hawkmoth or Chloe? But no, curse you, Thomas Astruck. Yeah, Thomas is in a really bad position. This is how evil Superman should be done, a fake out, as long as it's written correctly. Yeah, fully agree, Batkid Shinobi. Manchester Black, like I thought he was Mad Mod's brother. I thought so too, but no, apparently he's not related. He is kind of a know-it-all, snarky British guy with fantastical powers, but nope, they're separate characters. But anyways, yeah, that completes our list. Superman vs. the Elite, it is a classic. I would say this is the best Superman movie of all time. I know a lot of people love Reeves as Superman, but I really appreciate this one so much more because it's why I love Superman. This one is top, and at rock bottom is easily the Flash movie. But yeah, that completes our list. We'll go over it one last time for any late birds showing up, or for those of you who skipped to the end just to hear my ranking in full. But yeah, completed our tier list. Sorry there's a lot of films, so got a lot more good, surprisingly, than bad. So we'll go over it one last time. Never saw Superman and the Mole Men, Krypto, the DC Super Pets, Superman Brainiac Attacks, and Battle of the Super Sons. Never watched them. Sorry, no thoughts. Feel free to tell me if they were good, bad, or whatever down low. But in the F tier, easily the worst, the Flash movie. God awful. It sucked in the Snyderverse, and it sucks on our Superman tier. Supergirl, utter disappointment. Batman vs. Superman, god-awful crossover and a terrible knockoff Civil War. Superman 4, The Quest for Peace. Is anyone really shocked? One of the worst superhero movies ever made. It is, of course, an F tier. And Man of Steel, I still do not like it. I think it is a bad movie, and everything wrong with Superman shows up in this film. All of these are total failures. But E tier, Superman 3 had interesting ideas, but man, is it pure cringe. Don't recommend. Injustice, total letdown. Stick to the video game. None surprisingly in D tier. That is kind of shocking. Maybe one of these never saw ones would have made it here, but nope, none. C tier, Reign of the Superman and Superman Batman Apocalypse. These ones, mid. They have some interesting ideas, but overall, very messy, very clunky. Not all that worthwhile watches. If you like them, that's fine. I've seen worse, as you can see, but these ones are C tier movies. What is Superman and the Mole Man? That's a black and white Superman movie from yesteryear. Bye, Kat. Bye, Christopher. Well, this was fun, Kat. Looking forward to Tuesday for next tier list. Any hints of what it will be? Might do a Power Rangers related one. More like his edgy son. That I see Super Pets is cool, but have weird origins of Ace the Bat Hound and Badge. I give it a B. And it is done. Bye, Kat. Bye, Kira. Anyways, B tier, Superman Returns, Superman Doomsday, All-Star Superman, and The Man of Tomorrow. I thought these ones, they're fine. They're fine. Had some good moments. I kind of wish they went in different directions and had a little more going for them, but you know, I think they're fine. Definitely a silver medal over a gold one. If you like them, that's good. But me, didn't do too much for me. Then A tier, Supergirl's Legion of Superheroes. It is fun. Shazam, Superman Shazam, The Return of Black Adam. Fun little short showcase. Really enjoyed it. Superman Unbound, kick-ass Brainiac movie. Superman Red Sun. Easily one of the best Elseworld Superman movies ever. The Death of Superman. They finally got the Doomsday story right. And Justice League Gods and Monsters. Another classic Elseworld story. Really underrated and highly recommended. All of these movies are awesome. But let's get to our S tier, the top 5 Superman movies in Cat's eyes. Makes sense. Why? Sounds like a Silver Age comic. It kind of is. Okay, I guess you could say my top 5 Superman movies. Superman 2. Doesn't matter, the Lester or Richard Donner cut. I think both are pretty good. Superman vs. General Zod is a classic and one of the best Christopher Reeve movies ever. Then, World's Finest, the good Batman vs. Superman movie. I don't care that it's a cartoon, it is a kick-ass cartoon, and Batman and Superman working together is plain awesome. Superman Batman Public Enemies, really love it, easily one of my favorite Superman titles ever. Love Kevin Conroy's Batman and Tim Daly's Superman, and Power Girl, my waifu, being in this definitely elevated it higher, but it is an awesome film, highly recommend it, pure dumb fun. Christopher Reeve's Superman the movie, classic, need I say anything? It was good back then, it's still good now. This is what Michael Keaton's Batman did for Batman, but for Superman. It is still a legendary picture. But my number 1 is Superman vs. the Elite. This is my absolute favorite Superman movie. I love it. It is kick-ass, it is fun, it is tense, and it shows you why the world needs heroes like Superman. And to me, that is what makes it the number 1 Man of Steel movie. So you got that, Superman vs. the Elite, easily the best. The Flash, easily the worst. Yeah, big surprise, Ezra Miller down low, but yeah, take one last picture, one last snapshot if you didn't see them all, but this pretty much completes my Superman tier list. We'll see what we'll be doing next time. I most likely might be doing another Power Rangers tier list, but someone else also requested something else. I have a 4th of July special available on Patreon. That's of course coming on the holiday. Working on some crossover reviews. Might do Superman vs. the Elite. I'm also doing a horror anime if that intrigues any of you, but yeah, working on some big projects. Thank you all for showing up on these tier lists. Glad you have fun. I really like Superman, clearly, because, wow, we had a lot more good films than bad. Even the C-tier ones, I would say, are watchable. But yeah, Superman vs. the Elite, easily my favorite. Bye, everyone. Great video. Bye, V Scorpio. Was the Batman Superman team up movies PG-13 or PG? Public Enemies is PG-13. I think the Apocalypse one is PG. Alright, so thanks for showing up. So I guess I should set you guys free now. Thank you all for joining me. We'll see you on whatever we do next. Remember to like, comment, share, and subscribe, or just tune in for more videos posted here on Wolf Entertainment. I'm your host, Catastrophe, and it's time we go up, up, and away!